murders, domestic violence, and immortality. And there was also some front line that named cannabis as grass with weeds in hell. That was all going to 1937, the Marijuana Tax Act. It was created by Henry Anslinger and U.S. Treasury Department's Federal Bureau of Narcotics said this was only 3 months after Henry Anslinger made alcohol legal, and his Federal Bureau for alcohol was on its way to be closed. Who helped this conquistador of marijuana? His finance help came from DuPont Corporation, and William Randolph Hearst Media, some great media magnate in that time, gave him media coverage. In 1941, cannabis was removed from pharmacotherapy and the U.S. list of drugs. Lawyer W.C. Woodward disputed his claims about crime caused with marijuana effect, and there was some big dispute in Congress, which was very well provoked for negative aspects of cannabis, as they called it. Senator John Digel was talking in Congress about cannabis, and he told, "We know that it is a habit that is spreading, particularly among youngsters. We learned that from the pages of newspapers. The numbers of victims is increasing each year." And Harry Anslinger came to Congress and said, "Juvenile addict killed his family in Florida. Boy smoked marijuana, he didn't remember his crime. He killed his father, mother, 2 brothers and sisters with an axe. Marijuana is shortcut to asylum. You need to smoke it just for a month and your brain becomes nightmare warehouse." So when you see these ridiculous accusations, you know that they have some personal issues or some interest issues about cannabis. And the New York major Fiorello LaGuardia was only higher politician that orders study about cannabis. And this science study concluded that there is no evidence that marijuana creates crimes, aggressive behavior, sexual delicts, persona alterations, or organism immunity. It is 1 or 2 rankings weaker than alcohol, cigarettes, or gambling. Of course, FDA and FBN dismissed study as harmful. Only 3 years later, in 1948, there was advice for legislative from Congress, and they created prohibition of marijuana in U.S. Congress also approved criminal investigations in 1951, and which is really intriguing. After the Second World War, Anslinger changes his opinion about this harmful, this violent drug, and recalled the plant as a drug that creates pacifist in the middle of communist threat. So you see that this is maybe pretty insane. What is the situation today? Well, in 1970, R2DLC, the company created study for military. Military ordered study because of findings maybe 25 years ago that marijuana was a highly violent drug, and they want to spread it over the Vietnam. Of course, there were no positive results. The main topic is violence and delicts, and they refused to use cannabis. In 1970, there were 2 major laws against cannabis. First was Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act, and second is Controlled Substances Act. It creates classes of prohibited drugs, and in first class were drugs which destroyed organism and the psyche of the consumer. Of course, in this first class there were cocaine, heroin, and cannabis. And in the 4th class, which is pretty much lower than first class, there were pentazocine. That in first year there were hundreds of people died from side effects. So you see this craziness of legislation. Cannabis until that day was without lethal case or physical addiction. In 1976, there were first compassionate investigation of new drug program patients, and his name was Robert Randall. 2 years later, New Mexico became first world state of medical cannabis. In next 8 years, until 1986, there were 250 cured people with natural THC and all the 3 side effects reported. In 1985, natural cannabis stayed in the first class, but synthetic THC is now second class. And it was also, I think that this was the first time that the media changed sides, and I think that they were proclaiming in some kind of way cannabis. And a major case in that time was case of Lynn Pearson. Cannabis is relaxation from hard chemotherapy for her, and she died without legal dose of cannabis in that pretty extended part of her illness. She was drawn down to the court, and all media coverage showed her sick in the court, but they didn't give her cannabis treatment. In 1988, Francis L. Young, judge, stated that natural cannabis is one of the safest therapeutic active substances known to man. 1990, married couple Jenkins, that were suffering from AIDS, goes 5 years in prison for 2 cannabis talks, and after media pressure, they let them go. The tragic part is that they died a few years ago. George Bush Sr. was last big opponent of medical cannabis, and after him, I think that even politicians on the higher places in the US government talk positive for cannabis treatments. Raphael Mechoulam in Israel, 1964, stated that the main problem of science studies isn't the absence of activity, but too much of potential benefit for cannabinoids. And then came legalization wave of medical cannabis in the whole world. We now see that there is total legalization in Ecuador, medical liberalization in Israel, Czech Republic, Holland, liberalization in Spain, Portugal, Great Britain, Romania, and some federal states in USA and Canada. In this region, especially in Croatia, there is decriminalization going on. In Slovenia, I think that you have some medical liberalization activity, and in other countries there is no liberalization, legalization, or even decriminalization. So it is a pretty tough situation, and we are fighting for some major changes. And the last part of this lecture is cannabis usage as cure. I think that most famous is usage in chemotherapy, where it's destroying tissue. 88% of singular studies, and we can say with this that chemotherapy is a really big problem in all the situation. We cures this sickness with antiemetics, which is also really harmful substances. And in 1988, there was a huge cannabis study in Israel, where 72% of patients lost nausea. Smoking before chemotherapy also mentally disburden person, so it can be used in that kind of way. Hundreds of records, patients stopped smoking after, so it wasn't addictive. But there's problem with in USA, because there is this partnership for Drug Free America that is in great conflict of interest because there is corporate lobby in the board, and these corporate pharmaceutical people are lobbying against cannabis as medical treatment. There is also some good examples in the glaucoma treatment, whereas glaucoma is pressure disorder in eye, and it's the second cause of blindness after retinal degeneration. Pharmaceutical companies use xylitol to reduce intraocular pressure, but the USLA study showed that cannabis has the same characteristics. So if you use THC in eye drops, you can do a pretty good job. Robert Randall, that first IND patient that we talk about, scientifically proved that it is cure on the court, and it is used as cure today. There's also some great benefits in treatment of epilepsy, which is discharge of brain cells in an uncontrolled way, which causes muscle convulsion. We use the cocktail of drugs to battle against it, but cannabis was used as cure from antiquity. Patients are same or better without deterioration of their state. In 1975, there was a study which confronts placebo cannabis, and cannabis was presented as a great supplement for drugs. So in USA, I think the situation is that association of epilepsy patients win lawsuits and they can use cannabis. Multiple sclerosis, autoimmune disease in which someone's immune system attacks fans of nerve fibers. Patients use corticosteroids and drugs for convulsions. They just decelerate disease, don't cure it. Cannabis treatment was a matter of study in Journal of Neurology in 1989. Shivering is reducing. It was scientifically proved, and cannabis helps on bladder control, which is also big importance for patients. And even the most stubborn doctors give the treatment with cannabis. Greg Polfer, Valley Medic, after incredible recovery with cannabis smoking, creates famous speech about cannabis. He told that, "I don't like breaking the law and giving large amounts of money to drug dealers, but like walking, speaking, reading, writing, and see things." Treatment of paraplegia and quadriplegia, which is weakness of paralysis of muscles, body convulsion, which is really well known at war veterans circles, and they use smoking of cannabis. This study shows that it ends convulsions, creates better erection, relaxation, it's good antidepressant, good for appetite, and without side effects of disease. And over 70% of all world patients smoking cannabis. There are some also, there is huge amount of sicknesses that it can be really good cure, but most famous examples are also chronic pain, where we use opioids, analgesics. But Iowa University 1989 showed that THC is great painkiller, and IND programs have high score passes, especially in chronic pain. It was also used as cure against migraine a few thousand years ago, and THC proved that it inhibits delivery of serotonin in blood during seizure. It is also very well known in PTSD insomnia circles. Of course, cannabis isn't always the great cure for all diseases. It has its own negative aspects, but I think that these negative aspects are not so great problems. We can talk about visibility of high state when you smoke weed, but law prohibition and going to jail and about urine control at work. So it could be a problem, and some more visible problems are lethargy, apathy, and lack of ambition. But I think that this system is fighting against it because it destroys social norms because of its problem removal and a social effect. So when you smoke cannabis, you are not a good worker and you are not a good listener. I hope that you listen, that all this what I was talking about, and thank you for coming. I hope you will enjoy this WHC conference, and we'll see each other next year. Keep calm and smoke weed every day.
Thank you to Mr. Ratko Martinović for sending us his recorded presentation. And shortly we will continue with Mrs. Tanja Bagar. Her presentation is titled Hemp, the Perfect Orthomolecular Medicine.
So good morning, also from my side. I had a talk already on Monday, so maybe you know me. My name is Tanja Bagar. I work at the research center at CERO. And today my talk, I studied cellular biology and biochemistry. So the previous talk had a good introduction into what I'm going to talk about. So at the end of the talk, he mentioned several diseases that can be treated with hemp and cannabis. And the aim of my talk today is to explain how these substances that are found in hemp and cannabis affect the human body, and in which way they can bring healing to certain diseases. So the title of my talk is Hemp, the Perfect Orthomolecular Medicine. So I will start by explaining a little bit about what orthomolecular medicine is. Okay. So orthomolecular medicine is a field in medicine that has been established for several years, but it's not really mainstream medicine yet. Linus Pauling was the first to bring about this term orthomolecular medicine and brought a foundation to this. So this is this guy. He was a chemist, and he was awarded a Nobel Prize. In fact, he was awarded 2 Nobel Prizes. And he wasn't really happy with the way medicine was taught and the way he studied very extensively how molecules interact with each other, how molecules interact with the body, what happens, how these bonds are formed and such things. And he postulated that inside of a human body there's an optimal nutritional environment. So, and even many decades later, even science and medicine proved that inside of our bodies there's a perfect homeostatic state in our bodies when our bodies are healthy. And he said, he postulated that every human being has an individual biochemistry. So he wasn't really happy with the way medicine was being performed, that you come to a doctor with a complaint, you get a basic biochemical testing in a laboratory, and then they see, okay, so cholesterol is this value, this is this value, and we have to fix this and fix that. And not regardless of how one is feeling and how one is, what kind of symptoms you have. So the basic medical principle was you have to fix this value that came up in the lab test, you have to elevate this value or reduce this value. And he believed, and this was the basic of orthomolecular medicine, that every body is individual and that not every value of blood pressure, sugar, cholesterol is optimal for everybody. So the basic principle of orthomolecular medicine is that there is an optimal homeostatic status in the body, and when the disease comes up, it's a consequence of a disbalance. Either there's a lack of certain minerals, nutrients, neurotransmitters, hormones, or an excess of one of these natural chemicals. And he believed that the best principle is to just find out what happened that this balance occurred and fix this balance. Not the way medicine usually does it, that when there's something wrong, you take a drug, a medicine, a chemical that then fixes this. But you don't come to the root cause, but just fix what's wrong. So he believed that the best way to treat illnesses and diseases is by natural substances. So if you're lacking magnesium, you give more magnesium. If you're lacking tryptophan, you add more tryptophan. Not that you block something with a chemical and things like that. So this is the basic principle of orthomolecular medicine. So if you come to an orthomolecular doctor, it's not mainstream. There are a few very brave souls in the world that have practices that are based in this. So the first encounter with an orthomolecular doctor will be similar than for a general GP. So you come to a doctor, you have an extensive talk about your problems, you get basic biochemistry, but then the treatment is very different. With an orthomolecular doctor, we'll never get synthetical drugs or synthetical medicines that will block something and things like that. Here with the orthomolecular principle, you always take a look at what's the basic thing that went wrong in the body. Either you're lacking something, you have too much of something, and then that is brought into balance. And a typical medicine you will get from an orthomolecular doctor is either vitamin C, or vitamin C is a typical vitamin. In orthomolecular medicine, the quantities of the, let's say, vitamin D or C or tryptophan or progesterone or magnesium or any minerals is usually much higher than what the recommended values are for daily intake. And the logic behind this is, let's say with a very good example of this is with vitamin C. Recommended daily dosage for vitamin C is 60 milligrams. And this is calculated in such, they came up with this value in this way. So if a person is completely healthy, never encounters a cold, never gets upset, never comes into encounter with any environmental toxins and so forth, and lives really happily, drinks perfect water, eats perfect food, then really 60 milligrams would be enough. But if you come across, if you meet up with someone that has a cold, your body will need 10 times the amount of vitamin C. If you spend 5 minutes with someone who's smoking, your body will need 500 more vitamin C to fight those radicals. If you eat food that isn't very healthy, if you drink water that isn't the best water and stuff like that, your body needs a lot more vitamins. So instead of 60 milligrams that the general medicine thinks it's enough, from an orthomolecular doctor you will get 10 grams per day of vitamin C to treat colds, cancer, supportive therapy, and so forth. So the amounts here are very different, and the logic behind it is to support the body and to get really the maximal nutritional balance in the body, so that the body has everything it needs, that it can fight whatever is wrong, disease, viruses, or whatever. So this is vitamin C you will typically get if you have a lot of colds, you have a low immunity, you're fighting with cancer and so forth. Tryptophan is also a very commonly prescribed medicine. Tryptophan is an amino acid, and it's a precursor to synthesis of serotonin. Serotonin is a secondary messenger, very important in the brain. It's one of the happy molecules we have. Our bodies make it themselves, but they need tryptophan to make it. And depression and neurosis and panical disorders, they're all characteristics for lacking serotonin. And if you want to fix this or alleviate these symptoms, you take a lot more tryptophan, so the biochemistry in the body shifts towards making more serotonin, and you balance this out. Orthomolecular doctors have great success with treating depression in this way, and they, in 3 months, they have a regression of symptoms for 95% with 0 side effects that usually antidepressant classical drugs have. Progesterone is another case of an orthomolecular medicine. It's a hormone. It's generally used for menopausal problems, for polycystic ovaries, for endometriosis, for women that have difficulties conceiving children and things like that. So the point here is that the orthomolecular medicine uses its body's natural substances to bring about balance. So you take either hormones, vitamins, minerals, neurotransmitters, amino acids, lipids. The idea behind this is that once these substances come into our bodies recognize it as their own molecules, and they know exactly what to do with it. The difference with it, if you take a synthetic medicine or a drug, it comes into the body and it brings about an effect, but it actually worsens the disbalance we have, not that it makes it better. So the aim is, if you want a healthy body, you need to have a balance, a homeostatic, well-regulated balance of everything in your body, and that's what is necessary for the body to be healthy. And in a natural state, the body is healthy. Everything that happens, especially chronic diseases, it has been shown for a majority of chronic diseases that there's a biochemical disbalance. Boron and magnesium in also cases. Boron has been found as one of these very unlikely candidates. It has been shown that 99% of people that suffer from arthritis or rheumatoid arthritis have a lack of boron. And in classical medicine, arthritis is considered incurable. But orthomolecular medicine has found that if you supplement these people with boron, 80% of symptoms will disappear. So this is just to know that it's important to know biochemistry and then see what's wrong and fix that, not then add new chemicals that will just deal with the symptoms but not with the cause problem. Okay, and so where does cannabis or where do cannabinoids fit into this picture? It has been, cannabinoids are lipid molecules that are signaling molecules in our bodies. We know, since it's a hemp congress, we all know that in hemp we have plant-derived cannabinoids, and they're called phytocannabinoids. But the surprising news came when scientists found that also our own bodies make cannabinoids. It was funny that when scientists were studying drugs and the effect of drugs on our bodies, they found very quickly to which receptors in our body alcohol binds, to which opioids bind, and so forth. And when all this was already known, they still couldn't find how cannabinoids function in our body, or to which sites, to which receptors it binds to bring about the effect that we know as being high. And it was 15 years later that they found receptors that are responsible for binding these cannabinoids. And then these receptors bind and produce a signal in the cell which causes then us to be high or healing effects or whatever. But when they were studying this, they found, to a big surprise to everyone, that not only do we have receptors for them, and receptors that we have everywhere in the body, practically majority of cells in our bodies have receptors for cannabinoids. Not only do we have receptors, but we also have a mechanism in our bodies that we make our own cannabinoids. And these are called endocannabinoids. So we make them ourselves inside of our bodies. And this was a great surprise. So of course scientific studies continue to find out what kind of cannabinoids we make and what are they there for. So nature made sure that we have a reserve in our bodies of these endocannabinoids. So the interesting question naturally was, what do they do? And it took naturally many years and many $1 million of research before they found out what it does. And we'll get there in a second. So this is these are usually cannabinoids we find in hemp, in cannabis. So these are a typical plant of cannabis has 85. Now already we know of 85, but probably 100 and even more different molecules of cannabinoids. These are the 5 that are most well known, and these are the 5 that are kind of classes of cannabinoids, but there are 85, at least 85 different ones in every plant. And what do they do? So we already talked about this, that in our bodies we have receptors for these molecules. So when these molecules come into our bodies, from a plant naturally, they bind to receptors. And so far 2 receptors were found. They're called CB1 and CB2. So cannabinoid 1 receptor and cannabinoid 2 receptor. And CB1 is located mainly in the brain and in the neuronal system of the body. And CB2 is located everywhere in the bodies, in the organs, in muscles, and so forth. And CB1 is the receptor to which THC, the most well-known cannabinoid, binds. And this is, when you activate this receptor, you get this typical reaction we know from being high. So because the receptors are in our brain and in our neuron systems, so that's why we get naturally these high effects. And then the CB2 is located everywhere else in the body, and other cannabinoids from hemp binds to these receptors and activate it, giving all kinds of reactions in the bodies and all kinds of responses to this stimulation, which we'll see later. So this image shows a bit how this is working, and this is an image of 2 neurons. So I'll try to demonstrate. Can you hear me okay?
No.
Okay, so I'll try to demonstrate. So in neurons, all the signaling functions in this way. So a neuron looks something like this. So it's like a hand, and then it branches. It branches out, and then this is another neuron, and then for them to communicate, signaling molecules have to pass from one neuron to another. And so this looks something like this, and this is empty, and here's messenger molecules come from one to the next one, and when these molecules bind to this one, then this cell knows exactly what to do, and it will shoot out a signal that then will come and to a muscle, so that the muscle knows that when we think that we have to lift something, that the muscles contract, and so forth. So this is the basic principle how signaling functions in the body and how signaling comes from our brains, where we decided we want to drink a cup of coffee, that then the muscle actually does this. And then these molecules, cannabinoids, are such signaling molecules. And it was interesting to see that they were found, all the other receptors that were found for opioids, for all other drugs, are always found on this membrane, so the one that passes the signal on. And why they didn't find the receptors for cannabinoids so long is because they are located on this membrane, on this cell. And it was very strange to find that this is the only one that is on this side. And the reason why it's this is because it has a completely different function. And in a healthy body, cannabinoids have a very important function. It's a principal SOS mechanism in the body. Usually when we're happy and relaxed and really feeling good, our endocannabinoid system that we have in our bodies, it's not functioning, it's shut down. We don't need it. The only time we need this, our own cannabinoids, to get synthesized is when we're under stress. So, and the basic setup that is made in our bodies, it's so that this is, that when we're under stress, this cannabinoids get synthesized very fast. They cause our neurons to relax, and then they're shut down again, so that you're again like nothing happened. So if we encounter stress, let's say we're stuck in a traffic jam and we have to get somewhere really quickly, this receptor, the neurons will get really excited, and this will be the signal that endocannabinoids, the ones we make ourselves, have to be synthesized. And they will bind to this side, and they will cause neurons to relax. This is the basic messengers that our endocannabinoids have for our bodies, is to induce relaxation, to induce rest, and to some extent memory loss. So this is why they're synthesized in really traumatic events, making sure that we forget what really caused us to go ballistic. So this is the basic principle we have, and also one of the one of the reasons why Americans study this endocannabinoid systems really extensively is that endocannabinoids, when they're synthesized in our bodies, they cause us to eat drastically a lot. And this is where, of course, Americans thought that if we block this, Americans will lose weight. So this is why tons and tons of millions of dollars were invested to study this endocannabinoid system. Okay, so this is basically how it looks in the body naturally, and then also the same system gets activated when we, when in our bodies when we bring cannabinoids from a plant or from whatever, the same kind of reaction and the same kind of signaling gets activated. So this is just to give you an idea. So these are the major cannabinoids that we find in cannabis. So these are CBDs and THC and so forth. And these are all effects that scientists have found in the bodies that these cannabinoids cause. So they do all kinds of things. So some are antipsychotic, anti-epileptic, some function on the blood vessels, some are anti-cancerous, some are anti-diabetic, some are analgesic, as we all, immunosuppressive, immunostimulant, all kinds of things. And I'll try to explain now what the basic biochemistry in our bodies is. Why do these substances, these cannabinoids, why can they cause such diverse effects in our bodies? So this, the basic of everything is that constantly in our bodies we have millions of signalings going on in our cells, in our organs, in our whole body. And cannabinoids affect this signaling. And this image is just to give you an idea of how complex our bodies are. And this is a basic signaling pathway that is in one single cell. So, and the basic functioning of signaling is this. So this is a cell, And on the surface of every cell, there are receptors. And these receptors, they're all throughout the membrane, so a cell would be like a ball that has millions of receptors, and every receptor is exactly for certain substances. And when a receptor binds a molecule, then a reaction happens inside of the cell, and these errors are all reactions that are happening, and the aim of the reaction is to bring about a response in the cell. And the responses are generally done in the nucleus. So this is the nucleus of the cell where the genes are stored. And usually every response to a binding of activation of receptors is that different genes get activated in the cell. So the cell changes something in its physiology. Either this is the same as it happens when you eat something with sugar in it, your body will know that it has to produce insulin. Because the sugar that you eat will bind to receptors, and the cells will know that they have to shoot out insulin in your blood that will lower your sugar. And it's the same with every molecule that enters in our bodies. Every molecule that has a binding site in our body will cause a reaction, and will cause something different to happen in the body. So this is just to give you an idea how complex these systems are. And this is an image of the endocannabinoid signaling system we have in our bodies. Our bodies, if we never in our life encounter with cannabis, our bodies have a very fine developed, very finely tuned endocannabinoid signaling system. It has receptors, and it has they think, scientists have now known over 1,000 targets to which cannabinoids function in the body, to which signaling pathways they affect, to which responses, to which genes get activated, to which genes get shut down. And this is all present in our body. So this is where it all begins. This is a receptor that binds cannabinoids. And our bodies make generally, we now know for sure, 2 cannabinoids. So this is EAE, anandamide, and 2-AG is another cannabinoid that our own bodies make. And these 2 will get produced, or our body will make them only when we're under stress, only when something happens in our body that it brings the body out of balance. Then these 2 get synthesized, bind to this receptor, cause a reaction in the cell, and the consequence of this reaction will be that our neurons calm down. This is the basic messenger. This is why I said that it's an SOS mechanism. So when something goes wrong, the body goes whoosh, we need endocannabinoids, it produces endocannabinoids, and our body goes back to balance. This is the basic biochemical principle of this working. And this happens naturally in the body. But sometimes, well, you probably all know we don't live in a perfect world, and we don't live in a perfect society. Sometimes the stresses that we encounter are long-term stresses. Sometimes we encounter toxins in the environment and stuff like that. And this endocannabinoid system we have in our bodies gets disrupted. Sometimes we don't know exactly what causes the disruption, but for many diseases it has been now shown that the disruption in endocannabinoid signaling is the root cause of diseases that will later follow. So sometimes it happens that the body loses its ability to naturally produce endocannabinoids when under stress. Sometimes it happens that this receptor is constantly bound, and constantly these reactions are overactivated. And all kinds of things, well, you can see there, here maybe 20 targets are depicted, but in reality there are over 1,000 ones. And in either of this case, if something goes wrong, the endocannabinoid system doesn't work the way it should, and it doesn't protect you from stress the way it's meant to be. So this is about how this happens naturally. And these are the 2 endocannabinoids that I talked about that our body makes. So anandamide and 2-arachnoidyl glycerol. These are the 2 that our bodies make, and they're both made from phospholipids, so lipid molecules. These are naturally present in our cells. And these, our bodies have a system where they make these two, and they cause the same reaction in the bodies when they bind to receptors, as I explained previously. And you can see that both of these bind to these two receptors, CB1 and CB2, as I mentioned in the beginning, and different reactions follow when you bind to CB1 or when you bind to CB2. And here are just a few that are mentioned, and different physiological reactions that happen as a consequence of these signaling pathways. And this is where we come to this part of the talk where I explain why I think that cannabis and cannabinoids that are present in there are really basically orthomolecular medicine. This is because, so this is THC, the most well-known cannabinoid in cannabis, and these are the two cannabinoids that our bodies make. So in structure, they're both lipid molecules, and the main important feature is that they both, all of these bind to the same receptor. So when our bodies encounter cannabinoids from a plant, our bodies will recognize it as its own molecule. It will not be something that is foreign, something toxic, something new, something that the body doesn't know what to do with it. It doesn't block anything, but it activates our natural endocannabinoid system. And this is why I believe that it's a perfect orthomolecular medicine, because when it enters in our bodies recognize it as its own cannabinoid. And it knows exactly what to do with it. It knows exactly which receptors need to be activated. The body knows exactly what reactions will follow and what will happen in the end. So in the case we have, in the case that something, some dysfunction or some kind of disbalance happens in our own endocannabinoid system, then cannabinoids from plants can be very useful in activating the same system and bringing about the balance that we lost in our bodies. So this is again two neurons. First neuron that gives a message to this neuron, and then the signaling goes further down and brings about contraction of muscles, release of insulin, and so forth. And as I explained before, when this whole nervous system encounters stress and gets overactivated, this neuron will produce cannabinoids and bind to this one and cause to go relax and bring about this reaction that is natural in the body to rest, to relax, and to restore, and in some cases some informations are lost, and in some cases you really hungry. So why we can have such diverse effects when we encounter cannabinoids. First is that there's so many molecules. No? In cannabinoids, as I said, we believe that there are over 100 different cannabinoids in every plant. And the other is that these receptors are very differently dispersed throughout the body. So practically every cell in our bodies, and there are 100 million of cells in our bodies, has receptors for this. So what it doesn't, we don't, so far we found 2 receptors, but I believe that with time, science will find more than 2 receptors. And so we don't know exactly, so for these most THC, we know that it binds to this receptor, but other cannabinoids, we don't know exactly to what they bind, and we don't know the exact reaction that they cause. So, and even the effect that the same plant can have on different people, it depends on what kind of state our own endocannabinoid system is. Is it also, it depends on that, what kind of reaction will follow. So you can know that, let's say, 5 people take the same medicine or ingest the same plant, and the effects can be very different. This is because we have individual biochemistry, we have individual states of homeostasis, and when we encounter cannabinoids, different things will happen in our bodies. And this is where I think that cannabinoids from a plant can be a very good orthomolecular medicine, because our bodies recognize it and they know exactly what to do with this. So this is just to name a few most well-known cannabinoids we have in cannabis, and the effects that are well known in our bodies. This is just to illustrate how different cannabinoids can function. So this one, let's say, is antimicrobial and sleep-inducing. Others have pain-relieving activities. Some have psychoactive activities. Some cannabinoids don't have at all no psychoactive activities. Some have sedative effects. Some have euphoric effects. And these, you can imagine that in the same plant, you have about 100 of different molecules that all have different effects. And when they come into our bodies, they will bind to receptors and cause all kinds of different reactions. And the effect that we see just depends on all of these reactions that will happen in our bodies, and also from the state that our body was in before. So even basically, our biochemistry in our bodies is fairly complex, and if your body comes into contact with a plant that has about 100 molecules that all cause reaction in our bodies, you can imagine that very complex processes go on in the body. So this is just again to illustrate, what happens. So these are again these neurons that have receptors, and these green bits are receptors to which cannabinoids bind. And so either our own bodies make our endocannabinoids and they bind to these receptors, or we bring cannabinoids from a plant, we ingest them, we smoke them, we do whatever, and the same receptors get bound. These are G-coupled receptors. This is well known in cellular signaling. G protein gets activated, and the basic signal that happens is that calcium in the cells gets activated, and that the concentration of calcium in the cell goes up is a signal that the cell has to do something. And usually the reaction is that these vesicles that have signaling molecules get released, and then this neuron knows exactly what to do. And if this gets activated, this neuron knows exactly that it needs to calm down and prepare the body for rest, to lower the activity. And once this one knows, our cells are very well connected, and very fast this information travels to all neurons, and our entire central nervous system's brains and neurons gets calmed down. So this is basically what our bodies naturally do, and this is again the same effect that we have when we come into contact with plant-derived endocannabinoids. Now, these signalings are fairly complicated in our bodies, and this is why this complexity of cellular signaling is also an explanation why we can see so many different effects. And these are just to name a few research studies that have been done and that are still going on, and if we can see to what bodily functions or to what systems in our bodies cannabinoids have a proven function, or that they do something. So the first one is cell apoptosis. Cell apoptosis is a programmed cell death, and this is the mechanism that gets disrupted when cancer happens. So cells that were programmed to die because a new cell already was formed, it's a matter that when one cell produces a new cell, that this old one has to die. And this is called cell apoptosis or programmed cellular death. And in the case of cancer, this program is somehow disrupted, and the old cell doesn't die. So that instead of one new cell, you have two cells. And then this goes on and goes on, and from the two become four and so forth, and that's why tumors form, because there are too many cells. And so it has been shown that the endocannabinoid system has a function or influences this cellular apoptosis. It has been shown to influence stress, emotionality, and also inflammation. And it has been shown to affect mental illnesses or these signaling that are disrupted in mental illnesses. Endocannabinoids also can have an effect on that. Cannabinoids have been shown to be very important in chronic inflammatory reactions or processes in the body. So inflammatory bowel disease is a very typical disease that every second American has. And so it was very well studied that cannabinoids lower these chronic infections or inflammatory reactions in the bowel. As I told you already before, it influences appetite, which most of you probably also know. And also in neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, it has been shown to affect the progress of the disease. It also has been shown to be very important in the functioning of liver and all the biochemistry that goes on in the liver, that cannabinoids are very important. If this natural cannabinoid system in our bodies gets disrupted, livers suffer very, very badly from that. And Huntington disease and chronic pain and stress and all kinds. This is just to name a few. It has been very extensively studied in almost every disease or every mechanism that scientists look at in our bodies. They find out that cannabinoids have a function in it. So this is because of all these receptors and because of this signaling that is so complex. Our body functions as a whole unit. And once you disrupt something, it has an effect on everything. There was a good story. The Americans found a very promising, which they found was a very promising drug. So it was one that, it was called Rembrandt, and they found that if they blocked these receptors, that the need for food drops very drastically, that storage of fat drops drastically, that the good cholesterol rises and the bad cholesterol drop, that the sugar, insulin resistance drops, and so forth. So they said that they found a cardiologist's dream come true drug. They call it Rembrandt, and they released it as a prescription drug in Europe, and it was prescribed for 1 year, and all the cardiologists were really happy because people were losing weight, people had lower body fat percentages. They were, if you look at their biochemistry, they were much happier. And when they were just about to release the drug in America, a 1-year report came back from Europe showing that these people, after 1 year, started having serious mental problems. A lot of them committed suicide, a lot of them had psychotic episodes, a lot of them had all kinds of mental problems. And that is just because simply the body doesn't function this way, that you block this and just one thing happens. The body is complex. Once you disrupt something, the effect that it has on the whole body are very diverse, and as they saw in this case, many times very unexpected what it can happen. Our bodies aren't very plastic. We'll just delete this and everything will be fine. So, and this was, of course, then the drug was banned and took from market, and never, the drug was never allowed in America. So this is just to illustrate what happens in the body when we come across cannabinoids. So the idea of my talk was to give you an idea what happens in our biochemistry, to give you this information that our bodies, through evolution, have come to make our own cannabinoids, and that this system is very important in many disease processes, and also for general well-being, just for a healthy person. Also, this endocannabinoid system is very important, and then if this gets disrupted, many different diseases can occur. and that cannabinoids that come from plants can, in many cases, be an answer to this. But as you can, I believe that what will happen now, a lot of debate is for different diseases, whether the cannabinoids have to be with THC or it can be without THC, or what kind of ratio needs to be, or the medicines that are produced, do they need to be from cannabis or can they be from hemp? If you take in consideration that it's over 100 active substances, and that in our bodies different stages of this endocannabinoid system gets disrupted, I think what will happen is that we will show that different plants, so either cannabis or hemp, have different effects, and they will be most effective for different diseases. So let's say THC is important if you have conditions that are concerning the central nervous system, because it has the majority of receptors there. So for diseases that where the central nervous system plays an important role, there probably THC will be important. But maybe for others where more muscles or internal organs are concerned that don't even have a binding receptor for THC, also other cannabinoids can have an important function. So, and even nature is very wise in this way. There's a reason why there are 100 of them. Because when they come into our bodies, they do many different things. And it's not just one that, and also the ratio between these cannabinoids has an influence on what our bodies will do with it. So I think that different cannabinoids will show promising roles in different diseases, and that we'll find, let's say, extracts from this cannabis or extracts from this hemp have the most promising role for this this condition because they have these and these cannabinoids. So this is what I think that will happen in the future. So from my perspective, we're now in this emerging phase of knowledge about cannabinoids. We have just begun to realize what really happens in our bodies and what kind of effect we have. So I think we're about here now where we're just emerging knowledge, and every year thousands new papers come out describing what everything new they found with cannabis. And I think that it will be shown that for many conditions we have in our bodies, especially chronic conditions, hemp and cannabis will show to be very promising orthomolecular medicine. So, thank you. Any questions?
So I just have one question regarding the issue about central nervous system effects. It's about, do you think that this awareness of this fact is enoughly stressed, not just, while the academia, but how is this among the public or something? Because I think that's the most important thing here. And try to explain it through an example of like how a depressed person would react to that, or how another kind of.
So, if you already brought it up with depression, no?
Yeah.
So with depression, the biochemistry in depressed people changes in this way that not enough serotonin is released.
Exactly.
And if you imagine here, in neurons inside of these vesicles, in a normal person, there will be tons of serotonin that will then, if the cells are happy and the neurons in the right state, will release serotonin and bring you about even more happy. The serotonin basic message is happy, relax. And this is, the body makes it itself, and it's very vital not only for being really happy, but also for many other bodily functions. And in depressed people, the synthesis of these serotonin gets lower, and that's why they're all bad. So, and then where cannabis shows a promising role here is because it activates that these serotonin in the neurons gets released into this empty space here, and then a lot more serotonin gets released. Because many times in depressed people you could see that they have a lot of serotonin in here, but it doesn't get released and it doesn't produce the message that it should. So this is one of the things that from biochemical perspective where serotonin could affect depression and release of serotonin. But just to illustrate, for example, I studied cellular signaling and biochemistry and molecular biology, and nobody ever told us, not in undergraduate studies, not in the PhD, that there is an endocannabinoid system in our bodies. Nobody. So even when I started studying this cannabis, I was really surprised to see that our bodies make it ourselves. And there's an even fish that lives 3,000 feet underwater that has the most receptors for this in the world. So we still don't know why, but it does. So I think it's really important to understand that this is completely natural in our bodies, that evolution or whatever Mother Nature provided us with this to begin with.
But what about the general knowledge about these facts? How could we do this, you know? That the general publicity would also know that.
Yes.
Yeah? Yes, that's right. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay.
Okay, people not from Slovenia are maybe not familiar, but in the spring we read in the newspapers the medical marijuana is legal, like over the night, you know, they accepted the law. And after that, when we read the small print, we found out it was actually a green light for the synthetic THC. So, okay, this is out of your topic directly, and I'm definitely not advocating for synthetic THC, but if you know, please answer, what's this synthetic THC? Because as I saw in your presentation, and as I know, this cannabis, hemp, it's very complex. So it's just not THC, not just CBD, hundreds of them. So what is this synthetical drug? Is this just one, two, or simulating these CBDs?
One.
Just one.
It's THC, chemically produced.
Okay.
Just this. This. This is a chemical that they found a way to produce it in a lab, and that's what they did. And in America, you can also get this as a spray, that it's supposed to do a few of the beneficial effects that cannabis has, but it's the same as I explained before. If you just stimulate this one thing, you do get some response, but it's not even in comparison the same as if you get into a body 100 molecules, and these 100 have a synergistic effect with each other. It's not just one. Even if you took 100 of them and you put them in the right, you put them in the body, it doesn't do the same effect. There's a reason that they're in nature, in a plant, exactly these 100 and exactly in this ratio. So to reproduce this in a lab, it's impossible. And even so, if this is just one, no, 1 out of 100, just that is well known because obvious.
Okay, I suppose we should get this truth out, because we are again forced to buy one big lie. Thank you.
Hi. I don't know if it's in the context, but with most medicine, it's like when you take too much, it does damage. Is it perhaps the same with this cannabinoids?
So this is natural. In our bodies, this system is very well regulated. So in a body, if it's a healthy, happy body, when these our own endocannabinoids bind here, it gives a message to this cell that it doesn't make them anymore. So it makes a few and it shuts down. But then if you take cannabinoids and you take a lot of them and over a lot of time, naturally the neurons will change. One of the important features that neurons have is that they're very plastic. They learn very quickly. So if you constantly stimulate this, the neurons will change. So it's then very different from person to person what kind of neuronal state they had before and what kind of biochemistry, what it will do. But it does. If you overstimulation every day 100 times, it's not good.
What about 10 times?
Depends on the biochemistry.
That was super informative. I'm quite new in this, so I'm not sure if I completely understand, but I'm just wondering, because on the one hand you say that there's specific molecules or parts of cannabinoids that are good for either cancer or a specific disease, and on the other hand you say you should combine them because they all work together. So I'm not sure, should we isolate them for a specific disease or just take the whole bunch?
Well, both of it is true. No, we the results we have that are known, let's say, where we know for these individual ones what they do in their body, what they do in our body. They did it like this. They isolated it and they tested it and saw what happens. No, but so this is how they found out that this one does this and this one is pain relieving and this one is antispasmic and so forth. But as with orthomolecular medicine and with my belief as well, is that there's a reason that they're combined in this way in a plant. It's not a coincidence that they're combined, and there's not a coincidence there are 100 of them. So as a medicine, I would definitely be more supportive of the idea that isolates from a plant are taken, not specific molecules, but the whole. Because this system is also so complex that we don't know exactly what will happen, and we don't know exactly the effects that it will have. So I think that nature is very wise in this way. So I think that to just take everything that is in a plant is a much better idea, and our bodies also recognize it much better than isolates or chemically synthesized cannabinoids, even if they are completely chemically the same. So my idea is to go with nature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shortly we will continue with Mr. Nicolas Wagener, our World Hemp Congress 2014 Global Hemp Technology winner. He will present us Dietary non-psychoactive cannabis.
Hello Slovenia, hello world. I thank you, especially Ms. Matija Bobic, organized this congress to invite me. Also this year, it's the first time I am in this lovely Slovenia. And I began in 2011 here at a conference to present the action of CBD, like we have some experience in Luxembourg. So today I present our society also Éveil Santé, as I have, who is many thanks to Natalie to revisiting me. And we speak not about medicine, we speak about food. Dietary, non-psychoactive cannabis. In the United States, in California, the ACDC is the name of the plant selection, and there is the American name is acid dietary cannabis, fresh, right. So now I have to look at this machine. So yeah, my background: I am not a doctor, and I never want to be one. It's like I will be an engineer in mechanics, and they tell me all of mechanics, on auto, engine, EA, with all, but on the electronic, they don't tell me how that works. So we had to make autodidactic research in the beginning of the year 2002. I was very sick. I had very bad 13 years standard allopathic medications. I presented them Sunday at the beginning of the conference during the big. So come back. I made 3 years of military, and then I was entering police. And after this accident, my condition was so bad that I was nearby a palliative station in a clinic. And then I thought that it's impossible. They have to try our molecules, and I feel always more bad. And so I quit the hospital on 4 legs. And the first thing I've done, I have interested on another kind of medicine, the environmental medicine. And I thank Dr. Tanja, who presented before me all this knowledge on how the environment is playing a role in our body. And so I studied the organic, this environmental medicine, and Dr. Klaus Dietrich Runhoff had a presentation in Luxembourg, and I understood very well that there was a way when we take stressors away from our bodies that automatically we feel better. So that was my first approach. But in the orthomolecular medicine of this kind in 2002, I found that there was something missing. It's super complicated, and something was missing, a kind of regulator, and that was presented from Dr. Tanja, and then was the endocannabinoid system was really responsible, especially the CD2 receptor, in the immune response of our body. So then I found that CBD, and that was very early because in the International Association of Cannabis conference in 2005, there are only a few people interested in the medical use of marijuana at its time, and they believed in CBD. THC was investigated since years, but the CBD has only a real comeback when Professor Gabrel presented it in the ERCM conference in 2007. So on this conference, I meet Dr. Topi Kuria. Dr. Topi Kuria is one of the heads who are responsible of the proposition 215 in California, where after a referendum, the medical use of medical marijuana was accepted in the state of California, but Washington didn't want that. So there is until today a little bit of controversial situation also in the United States where the medical use is allowed, but when you have to do with the sheriff, you are okay, but when the FBI comes down and you have problems. So it's a bad situation in California. So then I used it. In my research, I found that the German doctor, Professor Gochter, is a specialist since years in the use of cannabinoids. So he made me a prescription of dronabinol made in Germany, and this is a semi-synthetic molecule. You cannot grow THC in Germany, so they have to change the CBD from industrial hemp with the isomer. The chemistry is between you know what that is. You change CBD to THC, and so it's a semi-synthetic molecule. And this dronabinol made me a little bit feel better after this 13 years of intoxication with very heavy medications from the allopathic way. So the CBD was not available at this time, and so I made an investigation, and in Luxembourg I found a connection to the industrial hemp, and my partner in Society Canada is Mr. Norbert Eilenbecker, the pioneer in Luxembourg in the cultivation and preparation of cannabis products, especially on the Fedora 17 at these times, who was also a very good target to get a high amount of CBD to be used. So I tried flowers and so on, I tried it on me. And after I feel very better, and I have a son, Ilva, I presented, I presented him to Dr. Gochter, and we tried also in Eloi at the age of 13, 14, during puberty, to have an influence of this brain damage he got after a triple vaccine shot as a baby. He made a 42.7 degree Celsius fever, and then it was not more the same child like before. And finally there was an idiotic diagnosis, multiple dysfunctions of unknown etiology. That was it. So I began to study really the cannabinoids, and then we took Ilva on 20% dronabinol and 80% the semi-synthetic THC from a friend of me who is making that in Frankfurt, dronabinol. All this was guided with Dr. Vicaria I meet at the 2005 conference in Leiden, because my condition is ADHD, and so also the medical use of THC and the CBD me really feel better, and I became a restart, and ILWA too. ILWA was very dangerous for himself and others, and he was in special schools in Belgium, because in the Luxembourg system we had not the organizations to occupy of such kids in a good manner. And then he had a similar reaction like me. Slowly he became better, and we tried to make some relationship between his writings and his behavior. So that was the beginning in December 2006. That was the result before we used the mixture of 20% THC and 80% CBD. And we've done that with a doctor in pharmacy to calculate the right dosage of this 80-20%, because that will be a big future in this mixture for neurological conditions. So the writing in March was a little bit better, but he changed it as a gentleman. He became a very nice guy slowly, and we stopped then the THC, but because it was a little bit pirate, so not stoned, but pirate. So I tried only the CBD in capsules, and then it advanced in his development under this pubertary evolution brain. That is really a big process in our brain in puberty. That's why I have also a little bit problems with health in this condition. Because it came from back to high, so the control comes a little bit later. And but in ILWA you see that there was more structure, more, and all these advances. Here we see in March 2008 when these results were there. I took out ILWA of this super controlled system of special education, and he could really stay out of this permanent control, and he is now one of the loveliest gardeners in Luxembourg, and aggressivity is away. And this was organized from Dr. Nicolas, me as the father, and we were in relationship with Professor Martinović, who is really the #1 understanding the science of cannabis. He found in the 60s, he was the first to found THC, and then in 88, I think it was California University who found the receptors, and he found the molecule firstly in the brain of the pig. Wow, the pig is high, impossible. So we found underneath, and so we had the same score that he found in the 60s on THC. It's an amazing man, Professor Martinović. So we presented at the conference of the ERCM conference. I presented these results to Professor Martinović, and that was a very great chance also for me, because in fact this is the first study in hand of public as #1 of neurogenetics. Neurogenetics during puberty evolution brain. Well, that was my first steps, and in the ERCM I was member when the name of this association was International Association for Cannabis as Medicine. But that changed about the year 2009, 2010 in International Association for Cannabinoids and Medicine, and then I took my bye-bye. I saw that there was synthetics and so on who came over. There are hundreds of synthetic cannabinoids patented Dr. Miller invited me to present how I took medical marijuana as a pioneer for ADHD. And with a friend of me, it's Ludo, he's now in Canada, and he's sitting 800 hectares. So Ludo and me presented at Congress in the Medizinische Hochschule Hannover the action of cannabinoids in ADHD and how it works in the body and how these people can become nearby normal, more quieter, more with the use of medical, or THC is medical in my eyes. So THC belongs to the hands of the doctors, but all the other molecules, non-psychoactive, is food, and food is that what we need. So Ludo and me presented that, and it was not a great success because there were also pharmaceutical companies over there, so we had not a lot to take, but we did it. We showed us that it's possible to use medical marijuana to treat ADHD, and in California there is a big trend. I think that in California there is a real epidemic in ADHD because the ICD-10 and DSM-4 consider it as a big handicap when you have ADHD. But today, I say when you have ADHD and you say control it, it's genuine. It's genuine. The most important contact I made that was in 2009, also at the EATSM conference in Köln, Germany. Dr. Courtney presented how you can cure cervical cancer with THCA-based juice. Famous Courtney juice is based on the drink which is done from the leaf of THC-containing plants, and so by using this THCA, there is a fantastic score on these warts, HPV, human papillomavirus, who is responsible for the cervical cancer. And I showed him the hemp tea. The hemp tea, not a molecule, CBD, that had the same effects on the same condition, on a different receptor system. The THCA is binding with the GPR55 receptor as an antagonist, the so-known orphan receptor. Long time we didn't find the molecule who is activating or deactivating this defunctive receptor, but not the molecule, because the secret with decarboxylated cannabinoids to make an activation and deactivation, but it didn't happen in anything. But it's the THCA, the B molecule, who makes an antagonist of the pro-inflammatory GPR55. So, come back to my lovely CBD. A friend's daughter had cervical cancer, and she, sorry. This young lady had advanced stage and a big bunch of human papilloma viruses of the baddest ones, 4 or 5 cancer candidates, and the warts were very impressive, and she refused the surgical intervention because it's a very intellect lady. She's now on the way to be a lawyer, and she was self-educating also in cannabinoids, so it was not a problem to make here are the genotypes of prohibition, and that is the result after negative, after 2.5 months, I think, was the cure. You can, it's old, it's from several years ago. So here we had the PCR check, and that was in April. And here we began the use simple hemp tea. This one, I think it's the best one. It has 3.8% CBD in the industrial hemp, $70. So, here were the results. The virus was done, the works were done. Remember when she called it at week 5, oh, now it's going on. The wax became black and white, and I was happy. Yes, that's it, they are going away. And so the result was negative after this cure. With simply at this time, the hemp tea was the name Viola, but now it's on the CCW, my world trademark. It's Canada who is producing this tea, and you get them in all supermarkets in Luxembourg. That was here was a meeting in Luxembourg. Dr. Courtney, this one you know, and Dr. Colombera. Dr. Colombera was a member of the parliament and a doctor in medicine, and he made an amazing work, and he had a lot of problems in justice for introducing petrochem products to Luxembourg. And he had a big trial in justice, and so at this time I was president of an association, and both were vice presidents. It was an NGO, Association Luxembourgeoise de Méthodes Preventive Methods. The target is that when people take in the right food at the right time, after checking by orthomolecular analysis, especially those from Nataf from Paris, we will collaborate in the very near future on breast cancer. He has a test, a very early stage can be by a simple blood analysis by the markers found, and then we can act with a little bit stronger tea. And so that was a meeting in Luxembourg. Dr. Courtney passed several months in my company. I mean, not in my company. With me, we are friends in Luxembourg for organizing the future in also in California, because California is my eyes #1 in research for different plants, different molecules. This plant makes that, this makes that. And I have a license to grow cannabis in California, so we made a good collaboration. But before I want to explain you the way I have done to make this possible. There was in a newspaper at this time, British newspaper, that a Chinese professor from Peking, Li Feng, comes to Luxembourg in state laboratory, but because CRP is public research center, we investigate what kind of plants have what action on cancer cells. So I took my courage together and I went to the CRP and told, I'm not Chinese, but Luxembourg, can you try this on different cancer cells, please? And they did it. So Dr. Steinmetz is the chief of this project. He is 40 years in research in plants on having an anti-cancer action, anti-inflammatory. And I gave him the substance to test. And then, I have really... they took 8 different kinds of tumor cells we found in the nearby Centre Hospitalier of Luxembourg, and they tried the CCW product on these cells. This is this is a largely known breast cancer cell, and the tumors are in action over 1. 1 is tumor action, and 0 is apoptosis by iron. So you see that dilution of my product in vitro tests gave a fantastic score at the dilution, not of pure cannabinoids, the dilution of the full plant extract, at a proportion to 1 to 1,000. And I will learn it when we are finished. And that is a brain cancer. You see that also the activity is going fastly down, and there is a less dilution is even the best one. So, like in orthomolecular medicine, in environmental medicine, we are all individuals, and we have not the same reaction one like the other, and also with the different kinds of tumor cells taking other concentrations in these tests. Here is a very heavy tumor. It is known as the hypothesis C fellowship. It's the tumor who comes in often in people who are not under good food with hepatitis C infection. You see, the tumor action was also at 1,000 destroyed. This I want to explain. Actually, they made a second battalion test. That was on my private initiation. And now they took one of the best oncologists from Luxembourg to show that also a second way is possible to kill cancer cells with cannabidiol. And so this study is in work and will soon be published in the papers. That is my work. So we are back to the glioma. 251, that's all. Gliomablastoma. Gliomablastoma is the best one I heard to be treated with allopathic medicine. And here is the extract, the score of the extract, CCW, on these tumor cells. You should see it goes very, very fast down. But here we speak about in the workshop this afternoon on the essential oil, because there is a problem. Here you see the result of the Camadur empty, and there I had a 2-year-old batch of extract at 20 degrees approximately found in the kitchen. After 2 years, the old extract. Super results. It doesn't lose energy, even storing at 20 degrees Celsius as a full plant extract in the kitchen. So it's a common URCAT, T-cell leukemia, comes often in children's leukemia, and you see also there are good results, and especially the new essential oil, CCW, is best. One works faster, the other goes longer, but lower, needs longer time. But when you see the concentrations, it is very, very homeopathic. That's why we have to speak in the workshop this afternoon. That is the standard product, how it is on the market. Nothing. Nothing. Even nothing. We will speak in the workshop about that. Now, this is from the Luxembourg chapter of Colombia. The results in the tumor markers of the clients who had different strains. And so you see by the use of CCW beginning that the markers, here's the time, that the markers go down to the norms. One of our clients had prostate cancer, and the markers were at 17 or 18 or very high. And he left hospital when his friend told him that his tongue cancer was cured with the drugs. And he went away from the hospital and came to our office, and now the markers are on 5. So normal, and he has a normal life. But so that is simply to show you that from Dr. Colombera, a study with my extract on this lady.
Excuse me, what does this CCW stands for?
I presented afterwards. CCW is my work trademark.
All right.
Cannabinoid concentrates Wagener. Thank you. And so, oh, there we go. But the problem was, I had the house in Belgium, so I was legal to produce, because in Belgium people who are sick are protected by law, so that you can grow cannabis. And Belgium is not making a great blah blah. You don't hear a lot of medical use in Belgium, but at home you have the right to grow 2 to 4 plants, depending what region you are living. There is even a member of the parliament who grows in a big how do you say, a serre, in a big serre for sick people, for €50, I think, cannabis. So there is a movement in Belgium, but it's very discreetly, but we make a good job. Oh, now the law. Until July 2012, in Luxembourg, like in most European countries, you have the right to grow hemp, Cannabis sativa L, but you can only sell the seed and the fiber. Point. And that was a problem. So the CRP laboratories who make these tests, and that is Health Ministry, under the direction of Health Ministry and Education Ministry. So that was a kind of key to enter the higher levels on the Health Ministry, and I thank enormously all these members of the government, the Minister of Agriculture, and the responsible person of the Health Ministry, who has understood that the non-psychoactive hemp can be used also as a tea. So the Article 4, who changes the law on pharmaceuticals and drugs, was published in the Memorial in July 2012, and then we made first company, Cannabis. We are growing hemp since '95 in East Eilenbecker. We are growing hemp since '95 in Luxembourg, very high quality products, and they are in a supermarket in Luxembourg. And when then the law was legal that we can make the tea on the market, I think that is the first tea we didn't have to present to the supermarket chain. They asked us to bring the tea in the shop. So it was very interesting. And this way with government was, in my eyes, the only way to be very seriously engaged. I remember when we phoned to the Director of Customs Administration, sir, do you have interest to make a cannabis extract here in Luxembourg? We were interested, and the director was there, and other functionaries of this. So I thank to my government that they have understood that, and they also were not our enemies. They understand that this food has to come absolutely back on this planet. Voilà. Then William Courtney was last October in Luxembourg, and he had first contacts to a very rare kind of disease, which is called Dravet syndrome. Dravet syndrome is uncontrolled by allopathic medicine, epilepsy. And kids have mutation, genetic mutation, what happens after birth. We speak about it in this afternoon. So, there are only 1 case in Luxembourg, 6 in Belgium, 45 in France. So there was not a great interest from industry to investigate this very rare condition. And the ACDC 22-to-1 plant is a plant we developed in California, has 22% CBD and less than 1% THC. And it's the potence of these plants who make a very well action on this Dravet syndrome epilepsy. The problem is you need a high amount of CBD and a very low amount of THC for this condition. So I prepared the extract in the highest possible. That's in Luxembourg we have the limit on 0.3 THC. So I can go 30% higher in CBD to stay in the legal. So the people have to come to Luxembourg when we have people, when they have kids who need a higher dosage of CBD for the Dravet syndrome. GV Pharmaceuticals is working on medicine who will soon be on the market, but we are glad that we can help these families with extracts, full plant extracts from Luxembourg and soon from other countries. Okay. Thank you for the work you've done. So the CCB trademark, and there I have to give a very special thank you to my partner, Miss Nathalie Eveillard, who guided me. Takes all the responsibility on your shoulders. Do you want to marry me? Do you want to marry me? You can choose the continent. Okay? I choose the date. So, we stop soon. This afternoon with Dr. Courtney. And this CC trademark, CCW trademark, is trademark. Trademark cannot sell product. I need companies to make those. So we have very good partners also here in Slovenia. Thanks, Masha. Thanks, Paula. And all the experts who are here in. You have won all. I've got the prize, but you all are special. Those who are here are the winners. They know that when they consume non-psychoactive cannabinoids, they stay in a tip-top healed, they lose weight, they are fit, they come from a zombie like me to a representative here to Slovenia with good ideas in the head to expand the mission we have all to make it accessible to general population, especially the knowledge. So, voilà, so it's a little bit the future revolution, and wow, it's the wrong one. Okay. Yeah. Here in Slovenia, I had this year in June a contact with a pharmaceutical company because in my interest there is also to have phyto medication because I told you that my mentality is THC belongs to the doctors and all the other cannabinoids is food. So, but for pain relief and for especially neurological conditions, we need partners to make 80-20% capsules, extracts, 80% CBD, 20% THC is in my eyes for neurological conditions. That's all. And thank you that you made this good presentation, Dr. Tanya. Also, Dr. Tanya Bagar, the Tanyas have something to do with massive research. And it was, you explained that fantastic with this retrosignalizing because the studies with in the CRP, the first studies, is focused on apoptosis, and now the second one, I don't speak about it, it's not mine. Now there are neurologists and oncologists who are interested, and they get the money. To me, they told that my product has the same impact on cancer cells like gas oil. And bye-bye, sir. So, but now it's going on the right way. Voilà. We make different product like in Luxembourg, here in Slovenia. I don't speak about now, but we can. We have some prototypes, and then in the selected afternoon now we speak about this connection, Gabrel, and then we present also the products, full complement, totally non-psychoactive, and target is neurology and especially cancer and all kinds of inflammation. Well, you know this way of the retro-signalizing the Tanja presented. The apoptosis is induced by activating CB2 receptor. The CB2 receptor is linear and retroslinear. He scans the DNA. When the DNA is okay, you are friends, it up, protect. When the DNA in the cell is mutated, parakeely, very selectively, not like Gabrel, very selectively. So I finish now my presentation. You have perhaps 2-3 questions, but this afternoon we can go more prepared. So thank you all, and especially thank you. That is a state laboratory analysis of the drug. Who has copied it from whom? It's also not my intellectual propriety, sorry. Yeah, the other one is Dr. Kurtner, Mr. Wagener, who is on the net and all. But in my work, in my eyes, this is the shortest PhD work of the planet. Wow. It's the shortest PhD work of the planet. The doctor says, okay, yes, the calcium channel is blocked, okay. Oh, now I understand why the cannabis weed make this and this. That's very well explained. And that you have forgotten yours. I have not given the name, and we have even not given the name. This molecule is only in work in California, and then we speak about stem cell. Okay? Yeah. So that's when you have to contact Éveil Santé, I present very shortly Éveil Santé. Éveil Santé, it's me, as alchemist, Natalie as a psychologist, and co-jobs to make to give an instruction to make meetings with local patients, clients, patients who want to be clients of the food products, and so we are a team working together, and especially the people who have this whole diagnosis, you need psychological help, and because that is helping very well the endocannabinoid system when you feel well. I will present you that this afternoon, how when you feel well or when you are not well. I have followed the 10-year evolution of a hepatitis C infection. And on the viral charge, you see when happening horror, then viral is very high, and when there are positive effects, it goes from self down or controlled. So enough for this morning, and I thank you very much for
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wagener. I recommend that we do all the questions in the after this afternoon's workshop because we are running late, and we apologize to our online speakers in the States. What we're going to do now is a short coffee break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes, please. Thank you. adult use legalization, the politics, success, failures, challenges, and opportunities. Mr. Gabrel, thank you for joining us, and once again we apologize for technical problems and the delay.
Well, hello everybody. There's something appropriate that it is. I'm here in Boulder, Colorado. It's 4:20 in the morning. So I'm not seeing the slideshow.
The first slide is on.
Okay, the first slide is through Colorado at the foot of the Rocky Mountains, where we are 1 mile high above sea level, and it is definitely the high country for more reasons than one. I wish I could be there with you in person, but I'm very grateful and honored to be connected as we are. Next slide. First, let me say it's fantastic to be living in the first place on earth in almost 50 years where adults are free to grow, buy, and use cannabis just as we use alcohol and tobacco. And I'm so grateful to be here in this circumstance, and it is the goal of me and all my friends to have this freedom spread and shared around the world. Make no mistake, this is about freedom and nothing else. So I'm going to tell you a bit about how it came to be, knowing how important it is for all of us to be free. Next slide. First, a little bit about why I have been invited to present today. This is a photo of myself and my wife, Cameron, and our close friend, Katya. We have been working together on this business for the business of cannabis for the last 5 years. Katya has been HIV positive for 20 years, and she has to use cannabis to maintain her health and vitality. She was baking her own marijuana chocolates and wanted help making a business of it. And I had the foresight to see that mints would be a better delivery form than truffles, with good shelf life, easy to carry, small doses, and the friendly familiarity of mints like Altoids. Next slide. Are you looking now at the bridge marketing MetaMint slide? Yes? Okay. Okay, together we have created the cannabis product MetaMints. MetaMints are packaged in child-resistant pill bottles, clearly labeled and formulated with a consistently low dose of 10 milligrams of THC. They are the safest and most trustworthy cannabis product on the market anywhere. They have been a top seller here in Colorado, and we hope they will become the Bayer aspirin of marijuana. We are now seeking business partners around the country and around the world. So if there's anyone in the audience who wants to be in the cannabis business or has a good source of CBD oil, please contact me. We intend to make CBD mints as well as the THC variety. Next slide. Behind the war on drugs. My topic starts with politics, and we can understand politics without understanding some history. And politics is about power and money. In many ways, the United States has been corrupted by its power, wealth, and capitalism. It is embarrassing the way we often hold ourselves up to be superior and exceptional, while both at home and abroad we routinely act in contradiction to our advertised values as depicted in this photograph. There is no better example of this hypocrisy and abuse of power than how we have declared a war on drugs in the name of safety and used this phony veneer to hide the true purpose of persecuting racial minorities, political dissidents, and protecting business interests. Next slide. I'm going to utilize a short video to tell how how the world prohibition that we still live under was born. Would you play this slide, please?
The production of cannabis is currently banned practically everywhere in the world. The problems for cannabis began in the The production of cannabis is currently banned practically everywhere in the world. The problem The production of cannabis is currently banned practically everywhere in the world. The problems for cannabis began in the 1930s. In the wake of the Industrial Revolution, a new movement in America was born. It was called Chemurgy, and it listed the very Henry Ford among its founders. Instead of abandoning agriculture to itself and directing all the investments toward the industry, this movement sought to transform and harness the agricultural output in order to integrate it into industrial production. The idea was to use agricultural products, mainly cannabis, to provide the industry with all the raw materials it needed. But there was a major handicap in making the production of cannabis truly competitive. The separation of the fiber from the stalk still needed to be done by hand, and this slowed down the production while greatly increasing the cost. But the invention of a new machine, the decorticator, seemed to remove the last barrier for cannabis, finally promising unlimited success. At that time, the magazine Popular Mechanics published a landmark article entitled New Billion-Dollar Crop, in which it envisioned a tremendous revival of cannabis plantations all around the world. But not everyone seemed to be happy with the future success of this miracle plant. At that time, the magnate of pink journalism, William Randolph Hearst, had bought millions of acres of timber forest, which he intended to use to make paper for his ever more popular tabloid publications. With the return of hemp paper, far less expensive than tree paper, his empire was doomed to collapse in a short period of time. Another industry giant who was directly threatened by the return of cannabis was Lamont DuPont, the owner of the petrochemical company that had just bought the patents to create dozens of synthetic products from oil. Nylon stockings, brushes, men's clothing, and even tires for your car. And then Orlon, Dacron, synthetic sponges, cellophane, and a full range of products that would have been easily displaced on the market by their competitors made with hemp. Apart from the risk of losing millions of dollars, Hearst and DuPont had something else in common. They were both funded by one of the most powerful bankers of the time, Andrew Mellon. Andrew Mellon was also the owner of Gulf Oil, one of the so-called Seven Sisters. At that time, oil companies were expanding at great speed, but were likely to see their investments vanish by the mass production of cannabis, which offered a much cleaner and more economical fuel. Nor should we forget the young pharmaceutical industry, which was financed by two other powerful bankers, John Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie. These people were conducting an all-out campaign to eliminate the accepted natural herbal treatments, including cannabis, from the pharmacopoeia, while trying to replace them with drugs created in the laboratory. Furthermore, Rockefeller was also the owner of Standard Oil, which had already started to invade America with its refineries and its service stations. Thus was born this natural alliance between the synthetic textile industry, the oil industry, the producers of plastics and its derivatives, and the pharmaceutical industry. They all needed to get rid of the common enemy as soon as possible. Luckily for all, at that time, Andrew Mellon was also the Secretary of the Treasury. From that powerful position, he appointed his future son-in-law, Harry Anslinger, to be the head of the new Federal Bureau of Narcotics. Harry Anslinger had already had experience as a federal agent during Prohibition. His job was now to transform the crumbling bureaucracy of Prohibition, which in the meantime had been abolished, into a new weapon to combat and eradicate cannabis from the future of the nation.
The Treasury Department intends to pursue a relentless warfare against the despicable, dope-peddling culture who preys on the weakness of its fellow man.
One, however, could not openly attack cannabis, which was a plant loved and respected by the vast majority. Hearst then had the brilliant idea to use the Mexican nickname marijuana, which was totally unknown to Americans at the time. In doing so, on one hand, he managed to divert the suspicions of the true objectives of the operation. On the other, by attaching the use of marijuana to blacks and Mexicans, it made it much easier to ride the growing wave of racism that was already sweeping across the country at the time.
Okay. Well, I hope you found that entertaining and a bit educational. Let's go to the next slide. Harry Anslinger, the super villain. I have nothing nice to say about this man. In 1937, cannabis and hemp officially became illegal under the leadership of this super villain. There is an outrageous story about how this law was passed in Congress late at night with little debate against the objections of the American Medical Association. Harry's campaign started with the arrest of thousands of doctors until the AMA bent to the pressure and changed its position to support the prohibition. Next slide. This quote reveals Harry's true color and nature. There are a lot of other, he started this whole campaign of yellow journalism that was kind of captured in a film called Reefer Madness that many of you have probably seen or heard of. It was quite the outrageous campaign. Next slide. His crowning achievement in 1961, the U.S. prohibition campaign became world policy through adoption at the UN of the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs that is still in effect today. Harry left his position the next year after 32 years in office. Next slide. The drug war takes off. In 1971, President Richard Nixon coined the phrase and declared a war on drugs as a method to criminalize political opponents protesting the war in Vietnam. Nixon had appointed a bipartisan national commission on marijuana and drug abuse, but when they returned their findings recommending legalization, he threw away the report and declared war and marched on. Incarceration of dissidents began and freedom in America started to go downhill, or certainly from my perspective. This was also just a few years after the civil rights movement freed the blacks again from legal discrimination. I believe we have become politically much like the Soviet Union was before the fall of the Berlin Wall. Under drug war exceptions, a great number of our constitutional rights have been taken away. I myself was a victim of this war, arrested for possession of marijuana in 1972, my second year in college. It changed me as a person, but because I was a white, middle-class kid, my life was not destroyed as the lives of so many other people were. So, slide. Rates of incarceration. In the early 80s, well, this slide shows the United States rate in 1980. That's the small red or brown bar, and then the tall bar on the left shows the rate of incarceration in 2010. So that bar was even, that shorter red bar was even shorter when Nixon declared the war on drugs. But in the early 80s, when the AIDS epidemic broke out, President Reagan, instead of attacking that horrible plague, ramped up the war on drugs and started privatizing our prisons, letting them be run for profit. the arresting of minorities as drug criminals became a substitute for the terribly discriminatory Jim Crow laws of the early 1900s that were officially ended by our civil rights movement. Since the drug war began, over 30 million of our citizens have been arrested, 80% for simple possession of cannabis, and disproportionately these arrests have been of minorities. Next slide. Lifetime likelihood of imprisonment. This illustrates graphically how racially discriminatory our laws are. Basically, to sum it up, black men are 6 times as likely to be imprisoned as white men. Latinos are 2.5 times as likely to be imprisoned as white men. The only explanation for the racial disparity in arrests and convictions is blacks and Latinos are morally inferior. There are people in the world still making this argument, but like Harry Anslinger, I believe in speaking so, they show their own low morality. Next slide. This kind of cartoon drawing makes a comparison between 19th century slavery and the 21st century war on drugs. They're two sides of the same coin. They have the same effect on the people that are subject to this jurisdiction and prosecution. By criminalizing citizens, our politicians take away their rights to housing, jobs, education, and the right to vote. Now, 1 in 7 black men no longer has the right to vote in America. Next slide, please. The prison industry in the United States. Slavery is a strong charge that I am not proud to make, but the evidence leads a rational person to no other conclusion. This goes hand in glove with the privatization of our prisons in the name of saving money. Businesses now make money locking people up, even as taxpayers are charged over $25,000 per inmate per year. Prison laborers are contracted out to industry at 25 cents per hour, effectively slave labor. Prison businesses like tough drug laws. They like high occupancy, crime, and recidivism, and have little incentive to rehabilitate their tenants. Next slide. Is it time to end the war on drugs? I hope this audience will agree that the right answer is yes. I put this slide in to come full circle. The challenge we face in ending this war, is from the same type of people and business interests that started the war 75 years ago. This is an endless war for money, power over people, and nothing more. Next slide. Why you think cannabis is illegal and why cannabis is really legal. Now, this image is probably too complex for people to see in detail, but it makes a really good point. So let me try a quick explanation we're looking at. The green boxes in the middle, top and bottom, are the same, both showing the vast number of uses of the marijuana and cannabis plant. In the top box, the beneficial uses are hidden by the blue paint. And the red lines all converge in the center and say, look here, there's THC, people getting high, drugs are bad. The images on both sides are images of Harry Anslinger's hysterical Reefer Madness campaign, which still echoes into the present day. In the bottom box, we can read the beneficial uses, but they are again marked out with red X's because alternative competing goods are being made by all the major companies in the world that have an interest in cannabis remaining illegal, and so it is. If you want to know the truth, follow the money. Power corrupts. Next slide. Okay, so now Colorado and Washington have legalized marijuana for recreational use. For those of you who are geographically challenged, that's Colorado in the middle and Washington State up in the upper left-hand corner. It was the need to bring cannabis medicine to the victims of the AIDS epidemic that finally led the citizens of California to pass the first state law legalizing medical marijuana in 1996. Now, almost 20 years later, 22 of our 50 legalized medical marijuana. So the movement forward has been slow but steady and seems to be reaching a tipping point. At last, the majority of U.S. citizens are in favor of legalization. But 2 states have legalized adult recreational use. Colorado became the first in January, followed by Washington State in July. And yet it's still all medical use, all cannabis and hemp is illegal still under federal laws. Next slide. Fear, greed, racism, and ignorance. Campaigns to legalize adult use had failed in 2004. It was noticed in follow-up surveys that 1/3 of people believe that pot is more harmful than alcohol. Another 1/3 of Americans considered marijuana to be equally as harmful as alcohol. People were voting against legalization based on fear of the unknown, racism, and ignorance. They said, look at all the problems we have with alcohol and tobacco. We don't need another dangerous drug made legal. 70 years of state propaganda has worked to make huge numbers of our citizens ignorant and fearful on this subject, unable to vote in their best interest. Next slide. Marijuana is safer. This is a book cover, a book I highly recommend, that gives the history, kind of a manual of how the change occurred here in Colorado. Voters feared that legalization would be adding another vice. Thanks to Mason Tavert and his associates, the counter argument became, we would not be adding a vice, we will be allowing adults the option to use a less harmful alternative for relaxation and recreation. Give free adults free choice to make a safer decision for themselves. Next slide. The SAFER campaign. So the answer was to educate people about marijuana by comparing it directly to alcohol, which we all know a great deal about. In 2005, a campaign began in Colorado under the new banner, SAFER, safer alternative for enjoyable recreation. Next slide. So here we see the direct comparison between marijuana and alcohol, how marijuana heals and alcohol damages health, etc. I think these are arguments most of you would be very familiar with. Alcohol is clearly more dangerous, but 2/3 of our population doesn't know this. The challenge is education. If we can present the facts, that leaves opponents of legalization to argue from a position of hypocrisy or absurdity. We win logical arguments based on facts. Next slide. Beer, wine, safer. This campaign was tested first at the state's 2 leading universities, where students are directly exposed to the dangers of alcohol, binge drinking, violence, and sexual assault. Referendums on both campuses passed to enforce laws equitably with respect to cannabis and alcohol. As things are typically on campuses, the drinking age for alcohol is 21. But it's very common for underclassmen, 18, 20, and 21-year-olds, to get alcohol and drink with no severe consequences, no severe legal consequences or academic consequences. However, if a student is caught smoking pot, the consequences can be terribly severe, expulsion or and such. So this was quite a step to take on the university campus. Parents were asked, if your daughter is walking home alone late at night and she encounters a group of men, would you rather they be drunk or high? Next slide. Variations on this campaign went on for 7 years before achieving victory in 2012 in the form of an amendment to our state constitution. The foundation of the campaign was education to counter decades of propaganda. The second emphasis, revenues from taxes on the sale of marijuana should go to public services like schools rather than to drug cartels in Mexico. Third, law enforcement resources should be directed to serious crimes, not to marijuana arrest. Next slide. This ad campaign was clearly meant to show that using cannabis was a reasonable choice for white adults, not just young people and blacks, addicts and hippies. Next slide. The opposition campaign played on fears that legalization would increase availability and use by teens and kids, and even ads indicating that we would become a society of zombies with our usage rates doubling or tripling. Things that have not come to pass. Next slide. Please card my son. This ad made the point that it was, and it is, very easy for kids to get black market marijuana at their schools. Much easier than to get alcohol and tobacco. A regulated market is accountable and safer in ways that the black market will never be. Next slide. In November 2012, Amendment 64 passed, getting more votes in favor than Obama did for his first presidency. Notice that there's a 60 million, right-hand column says there's a $60 million in taxes and savings projected annually in this state of 5 million people. Next slide. So we're 6 months into this experiment. And here are the basics, the quick results. 10,000 people will not be arrested this year for drug possession. Well over $10 million are being raised in taxes. Sales are projected to exceed $500 million. There's been a 10% decrease in overall crime. There's been a tremendous increase in tourism, and 10,000 new jobs related to the industry have been created. Next slide. One of the surprises is that marijuana edibles have done phenomenally well, representing up to half of the total sales in the market here. They're discreet, convenient, the effects last longer, and they're easy to track, and they have none of the problems associated with smoking. Next slide. There have been bad effects from the edibles as well. Our use of sweets as a delivery system for this potent drug is really unprecedented. When you eat marijuana medicine, the onset of effects is much slower than we're used to with smoking. So what happens is people wait 5 minutes or 10 or 15 or 30 minutes. They don't feel the effects and they eat more. And this results in overdosing. Now, I don't think this elevates to the level of a failure. The sky has not fallen. There's no rampant insanity and mayhem. Our women are not having sex with the darkies, as Harry Anslinger warned us about, at least not any more than usual. But there have been problems. Next slide, please. There's been dosage confusion. As I said, the edible experience is different from the smoking experience. And I think we're just on this learning curve. But part of the learning curve problem is this delivery form of sweet. And when is the last time you had ate 1/6 of a cookie or 1/10 of a brownie? It's just not the way we consume sweets. So people overdose. Now, one thing I would say about overdosing, it's not like with other drugs. These are overdoses that make people feel uncomfortable. But you sleep, you hang out on the couch, and maybe you're paranoid, but you watch TV, and 8 or 10 hours later, it's over with, and you're fine. And that's not the case with any other drug. So next slide. But we have had bad news. There was a 19-year-old student who fell to his death from a hotel balcony after eating 1 cookie. That was 6 doses. And candy apples have been taken to schools by teenagers and kids. So these stories have been sensational and they've gotten a lot of attention. But I think it's just part of the learning curve that we're on, and we've certainly been responsive to it. Next slide. And one way we've been responsive is with products like Metamins. We present ourselves as the leader in safety and responsibility. So, next slide. Challenges internal. Our use of sweets as a delivery system, as I said, is unprecedented. And we're going to continue to have problems with this delivery form as people experience it for the first time. So we need to do a better job with safe packaging and labeling, have better control, more and more education, and motivating people to be engaged, active, and speak out and vote. Next slide. This is meant to answer the question of challenges external. The external challenge is that there are still businesses and organizations that have a vested interest in the status quo. They're greedy, they're racist, they're ignorant, and they don't want to change things. And I'm going to sum up with our opportunity. Next slide. Legalize hemp. It can save our planet. And Jack Harris says, I don't know if hemp's going to save the world, but I'll tell you this, it's the only thing that can. It shouldn't be a crime to heal, to grow your own medicine, to feel better, to feel pleasure. We can't have freedom without freedom of speech. We can't have freedom of speech if we can't control our own minds. And we don't need Big Brother to control our minds. We have to do this together. We can. Momentum is on our side. So let's keep it up. Yes, weed, cannabis. That's my conclusion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabrel. Are you still online? Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation and for joining our Congress. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, we have one question.
Hello? If I heard you right, you said that when you take too much of cookie, you only fall down and sleep. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, you can have a variety of symptoms, but there's no toxicity, there's no lasting medical effects. So, after 12 hours, people are completely normal. That's my understanding.
Because I know people that went to a mental institution when they ate too much cookie.
I'm sorry.
I know people that went to a mental institution when they ate too much cookies.
Well, I think, maybe they were already crazy. I don't think it was the marijuana cookie that caused them the problem to go to an institution.
Yeah, it was, I just told it for an information. It's too much of paranoia. People get paranoid and afraid. Quite afraid. It was some when they overdose, they don't sleep, they shake for hours and hours. And they feel terrible.
Well,
I just say this for an information, so.
Well, I think people do feel uncomfortable for a period of time, and that can include paranoia and anxiety. Yes. And for decades, there's been plenty of reason for them to be paranoid if they're using cannabis. And that's very unfortunate. But in my opinion, the negative consequences of our making cannabis illegal have been much, much more harmful than any effects that we experience from the use of the plant.
Okay, I agree with you, but these people that were afraid didn't use marijuana. They just, here now and then they use it, not all the time. And so, because when you take too much alcohol, you throw up, and if you shake for a couple of hours and you feel terrible, it's quite an unpleasant experience.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, we've got one more question.
Good morning again, Mr. Gabrel. How do you see the global trends towards legalization? Because you described very well the American situation. How do you see the global situation?
Well, I can't say that I have a very good understanding of the global situation. Something interesting I heard at a conference here in Denver recently is that the monetary value of the medical marijuana market in the United States is currently $1.4 billion, and that the world market for medical marijuana is $4 billion. So that indicates to me that the medical marijuana market outside of the United States is growing just as fast and maybe faster in some cases than it is here. I like, except for what we're experiencing currently in Colorado and Washington State, I would like to think that in many other countries of the world, progress is being made faster. So I think the progress is worldwide, and I think that's the great hope and opportunity that we have, given technology such as we're using now, that change and progress can take place worldwide at a much faster rate than ever before in history, just because we have such accelerated communication. The biggest change that I've experienced and see here in the United States and certainly in Colorado over the last 5 years is that there's been an exponential growth in communication and information about cannabis. Just in the past year, I have dove into reading about cannabis and have been really amazed to discover how much good and new literature and how much there is to be learned about the history and the plant. And at this point, I would like you to, if it's still possible, go to the next slide. And there is a reading list that I would like to share and recommend. Okay. There's several, well, all these books are excellent, and if you would like me to comment on any of them, I'd be happy to do so. You know, cannabis and hemp have been a part of the world economy and world culture for as long as we know. I believe we have co-evolved with the plant. One of the remarkable things that I've learned about that's really not covered in these particular texts is about the discovery 10 years ago of the endocannabinoid system. We have a biological system in our body, all of us, and all mammals have this system too, that it is a really complex and sophisticated monitoring and balancing system of all of our organs. And the messengers, the communication in this is with cannabinoids. We make cannabinoids internally, but they're almost identical with the cannabinoids that we get from smoking or ingestion. So there's just so much to be learned about this amazing plant.
Thank you, Mr. Gabrel. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are tight on our schedule and we have to continue with the next speaker. Thank you once again for joining us and for sharing this wonderful information with us and your great work. Good night, finally.
Yes.
Yeah, we keep
Good
in
night.
touch. Our next speaker is Mr. Doug Fine from New Mexico, USA. Thank you very much for coming, flying over in last minute. We really appreciate it. His presentation is titled Hemp Bound, a Worldwide Industry Outlook for Sustainability and Profitability.
if we could start, if anybody, since it's the middle of the day and our endocannabinoid system might be tiring a little bit, if we could start perhaps with, some of us talked about this last night, there's a new official American sign language sign for hemp, which is 2 H's, this is the letter H, and then, actually, thank you for saying that. And you sort of cross it like the I love you sign, right? So I wonder if we could all do this here just for a moment, and anybody who wants to stretch their body and stand up should feel free to do it too, and breathe a little bit. And besides mentioning this as a cool new thing that, you know, hemp is back and there's a sign, I sometimes speak English, thank you so much. I sometimes speak English too fast for native English speakers to understand. So today during this talk, if I'm at any point doing my thing, because I have so much I want to say, just give me that hemp sign and I'll slow it down a little bit. Okay? So, I cannot really thank the organizers of this event enough. I've learned from the first second I arrived so much, and what's particularly interesting to me is so many of us being plopped here far away from our homes and finding that we've come to similar modes and ideas and theories for a way to progress with hemp and cannabis independently. And I think from a scientific perspective, that's a valuable and interesting dynamic. One of the main things I want to talk about today is this idea for using hemp, one industrial cannabis harvest for 3 main uses, oil, fiber, and energy. And every time that I've mentioned that to someone here, they've either told me, oh yeah, I've been thinking along those same lines too, and they'll tell me in detail what they're thinking of, or they'll add some other application that I haven't thought of. So it's just yet another reason why I'm grateful, so grateful to be here today. So this fellow right here is, what did I do with the, wait, there it's up there. This fellow here is named Ryan Laughlin, and he's a bit of a hero. Last year in Colorado, he planted 60 acres of hemp before we had landmark legislative changes that I'm talking about. And among the other things that he proved in eastern Colorado, a very politically conservative part of Colorado, was that hemp requires half the water that the GMO cycle crops that are being planted in his area generally require. And this is vital information to his neighbors, which is why he did it. Because the Agualo Reservoir is being dried out from half a century of obscene overuse, complete unsustainable use. And people are not getting water from their wells anymore. And they're also in the midst of fairly historic climate change-induced drought. So Ryan is a hero to his neighbors for doing this. But first, let's talk a little bit about the situation in the U.S. and how it's changed. This is not to be typical American-centric American. It's because the changes there are really interesting and really cool, I think. In many respects, in North America, this was the biggest year for hemp in 12,000 years. For about the last 10 or 12 years, some congressional iconoclast will try to get a hemp bill through the U.S. Congress. And it usually just gets laughed out of the committee. You know, they don't even take it seriously at all. And then all of a sudden, I'm about 2 years into hemp research, just because it seemed important. All of a sudden, I wake up, and 1 minute, the Senate's taking it seriously, and the other body, the U.S. House, starts taking it seriously. And then it happens. It happens that hemp cultivation, for research purposes to start, is actually in our massive farm bill. This is one of these gigantic pieces of legislation that includes billions of dollars of subsidies for corn industry, those kind of bills. It's our big farm bill. It's one of these must-pass bills. You can't veto it. The president can't veto it. And both houses of Congress approved hemp legislation out of nowhere. There was no sign on the radar screen that that last year was going to be different than any other year. And it just kind of adds to the sense of magic that seems to pervade when we're talking about this plant and what it can mean for humanity. Before I temper that with my scientific analysis of where that magic might derive, I just want to say that Paula, in the efforts that she made to get me here, and this is a part of a bigger thanks to all of the organizers, but specifically Paula, she told me she was so not nervous when I didn't know if I could come until a few days ago. She was not concerned at all because she said, it's all magic, you'll get here. So I just would like to make an official nomination for the future of this Congress, that Paula's perhaps official title could be Director of Magic or something like that for the World Hemp Congress. But to temper that, are you guys familiar with the phrase woo-woo? When something is woo-woo, in the States, we mean it's a little bit too new agey or mystical or magical for the rigorousness that journalism demands. So this is my theory on how to make all this magic sound scientific and not so magical and mystical. Humans have been evolving with this plant now for at least 10,000 years. There's some evidence it might be a little bit further than that in Taiwan. So I think one of the earlier speakers mentioned this. Michael Pollan, the author, if you haven't read his book, The Botany of Desire, and his another great book is called The Omnivore's Dilemma. These are two great books about food, bodies, and health. In The Botany of Desire, he posits that indeed we have co-evolved with this plant, that the endocannabinoid system that we've developed is a way, just like the birds that live on the wildebeest back in Africa and pull the lice off or whatever, that of course, if we're going to develop a plant, we're basically going to do genetic modification in a good way over a plant over the course of thousands of years. Of course it's going to develop a fiber that's strong and medicinal properties and fantastic social properties. And of course our bodies are going to develop systems to make the most effective use of that. So when you phrase it that way, it's more Darwinian and less mystical. And so when I'm speaking to universities or in forums where I can't emphasize the magic as freely as I can here, I always start with that sort of Michael Pollan take on things. Okay, so the federal farm bill last year included a provision that said U.S. states that already have hemp cultivation legislation, and now there are 15. There are 3 more that came online since there was 12 at the time, and now there are 15. Not progressive states, all of them. We're talking about Kentucky, Tennessee, and Indiana, as well as what you might call the usual suspects. So there is no more culture war in the United States over industrial cannabis, which for now I'll continue to define as cannabis with 0.3% of THC or less. But some of the conversations that I've been having here have been instructive to me. Last night at the farm, we were talking about how actually to only include effectively no THC cannabis might be having a negative impact on issues like fiber strength and consistency. So we may be oversimplifying by going that way. In the U.S., though, the image that I was coming to last night, in the U.S., especially with conservatives in our South, it's like when you hold your hand out to the rabbit with a carrot, and it's just trusts you enough to just nibble the carrot. So we can't now say, oh, forget about those THC limits, just trust us, no one's going to smoke it. Because we have to be playing this, I don't want to say game, we have to be placating law enforcement concerns that kids might raid a farm or something like that. Anyway, so 15 states are allowed to cultivate, but only for research purposes, not for commercial purposes. Colorado is the only state thus far that has gone further than that. Not afraid to flaunt federal law. In the U.S., this is probably true in many countries and people who are here, but federal law is the law of the land, and no state or local laws can contravene federal law. Federal law always trumps it. So Colorado says, we don't care, and their agriculture department, under a Republican administration, that's our more conservative party, if you believe there's really more than one party, has issued commercial licenses this year to the tune of 1,600 acres of hemp, that commercial cultivation. And the reason for that is purely bottom line. And that is because it's a dollar issue. Are you all aware of how fast the Canadian hemp seed oil industry is growing? It's growing 24% per year. It's going to pass $1 billion worth of revenue this year. If the last 24 hours have reminded me of anything, it's that we don't have to take a pure bottom line analysis to understand why hemp is so important for humanity. But for those of us who like to have that in our arsenal, we Americans, you always have to go into draw your gun and, chew on your tobacco and talk about the economy, it's going to help our jobs and our freedom. And, it's an important dynamic. Everybody has to make a living. And the reason farmers are returning to hemp passionately across the American heartland is because they see they can make a living from it. Hardly a day goes by when I don't get an email from a farmer from any state, not even one of these 15 that are already on board, saying, we haven't been cultivating our 80-acre farm in Missouri or Michigan for the last 20 or so years because we didn't want to grow chemical corn, robo-corn, and it doesn't make any sense, it's dangerous, it doesn't make us that much money. But is it true that Canadians are really profiting $250 to $300 per acre? Because if that's so, also while healing the soil, we may really want to go back to it. So really the reason why there is such political will across the US, all parties, is because there is money to be made. Canada cannot keep up with demand. When I was researching Hemp Bound, I went and spoke to the biggest seed oil processor, one of the biggest seed oil processors in Canada. His name is Sean Crew, a company called Hemp Oil Canada. And he was hurrying around in the midst of his fourth expansion. He was right in 1998 when the Canadians restarted their modern industry. And he said, I can't wait for you guys to legalize south of the border because there's just not enough Canadian farmers growing. And he really convinced that this 20% growth in the seed oil market is not a short-term thing. That it's a real deal and it's going to grow for a long time. Personally, the reason why I'm excited for cultivation to be legal in the US is so that I can cut the carbon miles out of my own daily intake of hemp seed oil. Is there anybody here who's not familiar with the term carbon miles? Everybody knows that. Okay, so carbon miles are the secret embodied petroleum or coal or whatever that are embedded in a product that you use. So if I'm in the States and I'm eating an apple from New Zealand, I'm eating 12,000 miles of transport or whatever it is. And so as grateful as I am to the Canadians for restarting this industry and providing my family and me with healthy, omega-balanced superfood for the last half dozen years or more, what I really want to do is have a press of my own to press a couple of acres worth of hemp seed oil. Let's see, is that all I wanted to say about hemp seed oil right now? Oh, well, I just want to say one other last thing about this dynamic of it's not a political struggle in the US anymore. I think we're seeing this everywhere, including in this region of Slovenia. But I want to send a shout out to the Rastafarian religion and the people of that faith who call cannabis the healing of the nation. Again, I'm getting into the magical and the woo-woo. But you're seeing, we have a very stagnant Congress. We have a dysfunctional federal government because it's a reality that's based on how our elections have come to work in the U.S. and how it comes to work in the U.S. is the extreme bases are the people who come out to vote, the extreme conservatives and the extreme progressives. And so anybody who is the least bit reasonable on either side gets threatened in the primary elections, which are the elections within the party to decide who the candidates are. So in office, you can't even, or so the thinking goes, you can't even pretend to be cooperating with members of the other party because they'll hammer you with negative advertising and, you know, is it true you talked to that liberal from New Hampshire about it? But hemp is healing our Congress. It has some senators that I won't mention by name right now who I think are borderline dysfunctional personalities talking with similar crazies on the other side, and because they agree over hemp. And it's a fantastic thing, and I'm really enjoying watching this healing happen through the plant. So, back a few steps here. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what tri-cropping is, and I didn't even introduce myself and talk about who I am and how I came to this. I live on a ranch in New Mexico, 41 acres, and very, very remote, quiet, beautiful place. 40 minutes from the nearest organic food co-op, which is sort of how I define civilization. And I have tried to wean myself from fossil fuels. I drive on vegetable oil. Maybe that'll become hemp oil soon. I operate on solar power, and I'm routinely outsmarted by the goats that provide the dairy products, yogurt, cheese, milk, and ice cream for my family and me. So this is my lifestyle. I wrote a book about that called For Well My Subaru. And then one day, a couple of years ago, instead of the hummingbird wings outside my window that wake me up every morning, it was like a military assault. Hundreds of cars in the creek bed where it's normally just coyotes and deer, automatic weapons, guys in earpieces, helicopters overhead, and such is the paranoia of the current era in which I live. I am patriotic about the U.S. I think that the U.S. has been a really terrific experiment going back a couple of hundred years, but we're in one of these backward steps phases right now, for sure, with the Patriot Act and the nightmarish buffoons who ran the country during the post-2001 era. And we're still recovering from that. So as a result of that, when I heard helicopters outside my window, I immediately thought that I was in trouble for a petition that I had recently signed against fracking. Are you familiar with this fracking? Hydraulic fracking, bad mode for extracting natural gas. That really was my first thought, was like, what could they be coming for me for? But it turns out they were coming for my neighbor for cultivating about a dozen cannabis plants, self-medicating for PTSDs, Vietnam era military. And he's now a perfectly law-abiding provider as well as patient in New Mexico's medical cannabis program, which at that point hadn't started. It was about a year away from starting. It terrified me. It put my family in danger to have these weapons in the creek bed in this remote area where nobody was bothering anybody. And I realized, of course, that the drug war was the problem. Especially since my taxes were paying for this raid. Meanwhile, as a side note, in a nearby town called Columbus, New Mexico, there was really a Mexican drug cartel member that was the mayor of the town, the mayor of a U.S. town. He was in the cartel, and his job was supplying easily acquired American firearms to Mexico to facilitate the now 50,000 plus people that have been killed in Mexico, basically in the war on cannabis as well. That's not where this pot of money I was paying my taxes to was going. It was going to raid my neighbor for 11 plants. So I wound up, I decided I had to write a book about an alternative to the drug war, because by nature I'm not somebody who likes to whine and complain about problems. I like to examine solutions. Because of the sustainability background, it was imperative that I find a model of cannabis in place somewhere in the world that embedded locavore characteristics. Does everybody know what I mean when I say locavore? Anybody not know what I mean? Locavore. So locavore is basically the opposite of globalization. It's when an industry benefits a community. And I looked for places that had already legalized or were close to legalizing. This was before the Colorado and Washington votes that tore down the Berlin Wall of the drug war worldwide. And I looked at Portugal and a few other places. And I found this community in Northern California, Mendocino County, where the sheriff needed to raise revenue to save some deputy sheriff positions that he was threatened with losing. So he grew up and knew the entire economy, $6 billion local economy, untaxed, was from cannabis. So he proposed this reasonable 99 plants per farm. The sheriff would permit it. It would be all sustainably organic style grown. I went and lived there, followed for 10 months this sustainable cannabis program, and it was a total success. And I wrote a book about that. The program was a total success, and I wrote a book about that, and it was fantastic. It was a community that was so progressive. It was the first community in the U.S. to ban GMOs by popular vote, and the same sheriff has conducted raids of Roundup-ready corn and chopped them down. Used the drug squads to do this in his community, right? It's a place so, I like to think of Mendocino as a place so progressive that if it were any more progressive and liberal, it would be clothing optional in the supermarket. You know what I mean? The farmers there, in addition to cultivating, were thinking about ways that they could process in one place, process in one facility, to have quality control, testing for cannabinoids, making sure there's no mold, making payroll more safe, because today they hire people off the street to do their flower trimming and pay them in cash. It's a very unsafe mode. So I'm watching this and noticing that after the flower trimming, they're going to have these, in their proposed centralized flower trimming facility, these piles of stalks, piles of cellulose. And I started asking questions about it, and they thought, yeah, maybe next generation, once we get the ball rolling, we could do something with energy with these stalks, with the cellulose. And that's why I wrote Hemp Bound, because hemp's per acre biomass yield is so famously high. There's waste biomass when you're finished processing the hemp. So I spent the last 2 years researching that, and that was the long route to get to the tri-cropping I want to talk about. But I also wanted to mention something about this community. We were talking last night that 2 or 3 years ago, in forming the World Hemp Congress, the ministry and the local entertainers, they perhaps were interested, and I don't want to say anything wrong, so jump in here, but maybe a little scared about even the prospect of publicly supporting hemp here. And we all saw yesterday, and just 2 or 3 years later, how different the attitude is from an official local perspective here. Next year, I no doubt it will be the mayor or some other minister, someone official like that, cutting the ribbon on the Congress. You've done such a terrific job here in making this happen. But I mention it because it's not just in the States where the sea change in policy is really happening. Okay, so tri-cropping, very simply, about the size of basketball and soccer fields outside the school here, a facility that size, community-owned in a region in any country, a county-wide facility or a province-wide facility where farmers will bring their hemp harvest, and there will be processing for seed oil, fiber applications, and energy from a biomass process called gasification. So we'll talk about each of those ones here real quickly. So when I realized that we're going to have all this cellulose, the first idea that came to mind was ethanol, because we Americans drive so much and everybody wants to keep that mode of going to the gas station going as long as they can, while we hopefully transition to other things like solar or, God forbid, biking. So I thought ethanol, because that looks at the gas pump just like what you're doing now. But cellulosic ethanol is not ready for prime time in terms of energy output, energy input versus energy output. There's sometimes non-sustainable catalysts and enzymes that have to be added. And I looked a little bit at what Brazil's doing. It takes an awful lot of money to get a facility going, and I realized that wasn't the way to go. So I thought maybe biodiesel. We don't have an awful lot of diesel saturation in the U.S., not like Europe, but our trucking fleet, our fairly massive trucking fleet, was diesel. So a friend of mine got some canola, cultivar, omega superfood, 20 gallons imported from Canada, and had his friend process it into a biodiesel processor, process it into biodiesel, and then he gave me a ride in it in this 1979 Mercedes that was once owned, he said, by Ferdinand Marcos, the Philippine dictator. And it's all sheepskin inside. I was able to do my yoga and my stretching in there. It was such a big truck. It was such a big vehicle. Anyway, he drove me around on this, on biodiesel, and it was fantastic. It worked. But interestingly, the processor said that the lignin chains, the very connections in the oil that make hemp such a superfood, actually make it a little bit harder to process for biodiesel. And so therefore, again, not quite ready for prime time. We could theoretically develop oil cultivars that that are more applicable to biodiesel, but what I really came to in the end was the energy from hemp that would most easily be done today. This is always, when I'm starting my books, this is always what I'm thinking is, it's great to sort of theorize on what we'd like to see, but what can I show on the ground today that's possible? And biomass gasification is a relatively carbon-friendly process, combustion, high heat anaerobic combustion process, that is bestowing energy independence on entire communities in a few places in Europe. Folks might know about Feldheim, Germany, has gotten a lot of press, but there are also places in Austria where it's happening. But Feldheim, Germany has good publicists, and you can go to their webpage and look at what they've done, which has turned 30% unemployment into basically zero by putting everybody to work processing the farm waste from the community through gasification. So I thought it's not the only mode. There's a lot of other ways that we can derive energy from hemp, and we can talk about those. But for one leg of this tri-cropping that I want to see in every farming community, especially every hemp community around the world, I think gasification is a good start because the units are modular. They start out about the size of an outhouse, and you could that's sort of farm size. You could produce enough energy for one farm there. And they get as large, you can look on YouTube under gasification, and there are videos in India where they're using rice hulls, the waste rice from the rice factory, to power an entire village, an entire community. So it's a real viable factor for the bark and the otherwise unusable cellulose from the hemp harvest. We've already talked about the oil, which is a real moneymaker, at least in North America, as well as, and also, let's not forget the side effect of soil phytoremediation as well, but that's just sort of a lovely byproduct. And then the fiber side. I'm a real novice on this, and I'm learning so much from talking to people here about fiber, because we don't do fiber in North America yet. The Canadians today burn their fiber in the field. They don't do anything with it. And when I asked a prominent farmer why that is, he said, gas is just too cheap. That, you know, we don't have any, there's no need for us to do that. There's no market for us to do it. So this is on the floor of the hemp flax factory in the Netherlands. Until yesterday, you know, having a great time at Gloria's table out there, I had never seen hemp bast fiber like this, really high end. So let me just say, for those of you who are not familiar with this is not easy, really easy to do. To do the really high-end stuff that's going to replace plastics, that makes high-end textiles, that will be 3D printing. In this case, this is the actual fiber that goes into Mercedes and BMW door panels today. The managing director, his name is Mark Reinders, I believe, in Hemp Flax. His face kind of got, you can tell when somebody's stressed and lost sleep or something like that. He got really stressed out when he was explaining to me what it takes to produce fiber, bast fiber of this quality. He said that they have to go out and go out to their biggest farms around Europe, and now they're doing a lot in Romania as well, starting this year. And they have to basically guard the field in the days before harvest, especially if there's rain on the horizon, because the farmers are stressed out that if they don't harvest now, they might lose it with an ill-timed rainstorm, right? But from Mark's perspective, I mean, it's fascinating when you're talking to an expert about something. You know, he's showing me all these examples of almost right and not quite right bast fiber, and he said, "Look at this. Do you see this?" And I think I see this. Do you see how it's just a little bit too yellow? It just wasn't quite that soft orange that we need. And what he's talking about, he's a business person, and he's saying that the dang parts suppliers for Mercedes are not going to buy the fiber unless it's perfect. So you really have a lot of issues to deal with, including retting and other issues when you're dealing with the bast fiber. Of course, when you're dealing with the herd, it's a little bit less rocket science. If you want to make your first fiber app in your tricropping more towards construction, let's say. It's still, the fiber still has to be harvested at the right time and retted correctly and then stored at the correct moisture so that it won't mold or decay on the herd factor, but it's a little bit easier of a product to market since really all you have to do is chop up the herd and put it in a bag and there it is in your hardware store that someone could take it as we did yesterday and mix it with lime and make it into a product. So in the States especially, we're infants on the fiber side, and we have a lot to learn on that side of things. Those are the three sides. There's one thing I want to say about hempcrete. It outperforms fiberglass insulation in the States. We call this R value. Do you have this here, or is it something? It's basically the insulating value of the fiber. U value? Okay. So this was a study at the University of Manitoba that I went to, and it was very, very simple. A freezing Manitoba winter, and half the house insulated with conventional poison crap, and half of it with hempcrete, and guess which was winning? The study's not published yet, but it outperformed the fiberglass insulation. It's also very mold resistant in tropical places. It's termite resistant as well, and as we saw yesterday, it's pretty easy and quick to mix with and to work with. I was surprised to learn that the very airiness and the sort of lightness of it is what makes it such a great insulator. The air in between the molecules is what provides the insulating quality, and you also don't have to heat it up as you have to with other building materials, so it's more carbon friendly even on the building site. Cost effectiveness, it's slightly more effective than slightly more expensive than today's conventional construction at the moment in many places because of the fact you have to import the herd. Once you reduce that, right from the start, it's more cost effective. But Ian Pritchett, who is one of the bigger hemp building guys in Europe and based in Britain, recently did a Marks and Spencer department store out of hempcrete. He said if anybody has any interest in their farm's energy, in their structure's energy cost over the cost of several years, let's say 5 or more years, it's a no-brainer today, even with a higher cost of herd, to build with it because the energy cost savings are that much bigger. And that's bottom line stuff. Let's not even get into carbon sequestration and the other qualities that we know are good for humanity. This is kind of cool. This is a prototype entire tractor body made of hemp, sealed with hemp oil. So all these toxic, nightmarish chemicals we can eliminate from the supply chain, right? And it's in field testing right now, this Canadian tractor. So we'll be hearing more about that. This is the big thing I wanted to talk about here at this conference. So many people have been bending my ear about the industrial mode of agriculture, and is there another mode, a new mode or an old mode that we can bring into the digital age for agriculture? When it comes to hemp, I think there's room, at least for now, for both modes, and I'll kind of go through those here. Ryan Laughlin's farm, the fellow I talked about at the beginning, it's a 1,200-acre, multi-generational family farm that receives big federal subsidies to grow, unhealthy stuff. And that's another reason Ryan, in my view, is a bit of a hero, because he was putting those subsidies at risk. He could have gotten raided by the DEA. I always like to ask this, are there any DEA agents here today? Show of hands. DEA agents? Cool. 1, 2, good. Welcome, guys. There are jobs for you after the drug piece. Inspecting crops, as long as society has this, fear of THC, we could always have you. And this is what the Canadians have done. They've put the Royal Canadian Mounted Police drug squads to work inspecting their hemp farms. My other question, and these are the people I'm a little bit really more scared of, are there any big ag GMO company secret police here today? No. Thank God, because those are the folks whose model we have to change. One of the most important things Canada did in 1998 when it started its modern hemp industry is right from the beginning, they prophylactically banned genetically modified hemp. You can't grow it. And it doesn't exist yet. And I noticed, was it here? Is it in Slovenia where just recently it was allowed, right? There's no real industry here. It's just starting, but already they said, don't worry about it. GMOs are fine. So obviously you guys have a little bit of work to do. But I think if the U.S., whenever I lobby in the US, I always lobby the lobbyists, the full-time hemp guys that are talking to the politicians every day. We have to get what the Canadians have in, because once genetically modified hemp is banned, all genetically modified cannabis is banned, you go to the Canadian agriculture page, and they have a spreadsheet for every crop that's legal to grow in Canada. And unfortunately, this is the world we live in every crop there's one line, pesticides and herbicides. And for most every crop, there's a list, what you can use, or recent changes, this one's now allowed, this one's not allowed. That always worries me. It's like, oh really, that one's not allowed anymore? So what if I was eating those soybeans for the last 24 years or whatever? And this is, by the way, true of vaccines as well. 1/2 of the child vaccines that were on the market in 1996 are banned today. Just thought I'd mention that. Under the Canadian hemp line, Canadian agriculture hemp line, it says under pesticides and herbicides, none needed. So there's more to this. When you really talk to real farmers, there's more to the story than that, of course. There's a boll weevil of some kind that sometimes goes after Canadian hemp, and they use stuff. If it's an organic farm, they use stuff to get rid of it. Another reason it's really important to eat organic hemp seed oil is because Canadian farmers who grow genetically modified crops are using hemp as a bridge crop to heal their soil in between damaging crops, and because they're still getting that big money for the hemp harvest. It's a short season and they can do both, grains and hemp. So if you're not eating organic hemp in North America, there's a good chance it's sucking up bad shit from the soil, from genetically modified crops, right? But as long as we have the GMO ban on and the relatively low need for pesticides, I am absolutely fine with big agriculture, all the bad guys we like to talk about, with them moving into hemp. If they want to come on and join this party and join this club, and we have vast tracts of hundreds of thousands of acres unbroken in states like North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, of these GMO crops. If we're going to change the amber waves of grain to green waving hands of friendly industrial cannabis across the American heartland, I'm all for that. That means that there's less dependence on unstable sources of oil, petroleum, and less need for coal, and I'm absolutely fine with that. However, or I should say, also, I'm not the kind of guy who patronizes those kinds of companies in general. As a consumer, I'm sure many of us here recognize that we have a lot of power with our own pocketbook. And so I like to, in the tri-cropping model, I like to stress the idea that it can be something that can help communities flourish on a more regional, micro level. It doesn't mean that you can't be ambitious if you're really entrepreneurial and find ways of spreading out, but you can actually, on relatively small output, especially if you're utilizing it for these 3 applications, you can have a lot of success on the community level. One real-world example of this is this fantastic woman named Colleen Dick. She's about 4 feet tall. She's a Canadian, very religious Christian. I mention this because I love it when all sides of the spectrum can be on the same team. Very religious woman. She has 5 kids, and she's a competitive triathlete. And she felt that the energy bars that she'd been eating were not up to snuff nutritionally. She needed compact, healthy energy on the run. And so she mixed up a brew of this hemp-based Gort bar, as she calls it, entered it into a big food contest in Manitoba, which is a very rural farming huge farming province in Canada. And she won. It's called the Manitoba Food Fight, and they gave her, I forgot what it was, $50,000 to develop this hemp energy bar, build a commercial kitchen, and then she talked her husband, Grant, into growing 60 acres of hemp on their, 5,000 acre farm. And with that 60 acres of hemp every year, I think they're going to start expanding it now, but she's been able to supply all over Canada, stores all over Canada with this Gort bar. So 60 acres is a thriving business for this one family in the heartland in Canada. I find that very encouraging. On the other hand, Sean Crew, the hemp oil Canada mogul I told you about, when I asked him, you know, what would it take for someone like me, because I thought it would be a nice guy, 40 acres, not 40 really cultivatable acres, but I said, I have 40 acres, Sean. Once it becomes legal in the States and I start cultivating, would we do business together? And he kind of gave me the talk to the hand. He goes, dude, we do not even talk to people who are cultivating less than 1,000 acres. That's the lowest. First of all, do the math on that. If you're growing 1,000 acres and the farmers in Canada are making $300 profit per acre, that's quite a lot of revenue on a 16-week bridge crop. Or less than that, it can be less than 16 weeks. So that's a lot of money. But I just wanted to, without passing judgment on either side, say that the current model of monster big agriculture that, you know, the Laughlins are in debt like something like $300,000 to just to farm equipment, you know. So that's one of the reasons, the debt is one of the reasons they're moving to hemp. But my point is, you can go this route or you can go this route, and I think that this route might be better for a lot of communities in Europe. In the States, we have this issue of our really amazing original cultivars have died out. There's a sort of adventure at the beginning of Hemp Bound where I described this researcher who went to our National Seed Repository in Virginia, and it was kind of like, you know, Indiana Jones. He kind of like, he was blowing dust off of old records, and he found the box where, when Prohibition started, the box where the feds threw the last bit of hemp, and he opened it up and it was open bags and everything was rotten. You know, like, oh, we have to start over. We have what's called ditchweed, thousands and thousands of acres that were grown along irrigation ditches because of hemp's remarkable long tap roots that help with erosion. Farmer after farmer has told me about stories about their parents and grandparents who used hemp for two purposes up until Prohibition. One was to make sure the irrigation ditches didn't flood. It was that effective. So imagine sub-Saharan Africa trying to rebuild the soil with low energy, low water need, and then this incredible tap roots that help with erosion control. It's going to be a solution worldwide, and this is the reason why I'm not afraid to be such a proselytizer for large-scale cultivation of hemp. But and the second application for hemp, traditionally in the American heartland, for those not in the business of hemp, I'm talking about just other types of farms. The second application was cattle would then, in the fall, go through and feed on the plants, and they loved it, and it was a high-protein finish. So, should I be wrapping up here? So, our issue in the U.S. is, what do we do? Do we go with this ditchweed that survived the Prohibition, or do we go with the existing cultivars that are available on the world market? And I'm thinking maybe it's going to be a combination of those, but when you talk to the big-time Canadian consultants, because it's big business in Canada now, they say you can't just pick a cultivar out of a ditch, throw some seeds in the ground and say, hey, this is Joe's cultivar. When you're really playing in the agricultural world, big business and all that, any crop, this isn't just hemp, you have to be using established varieties of the plants. And if you want to create new varieties and use them on a commercial level, there's a process, including with hemp, that takes years before it's approved as a new cultivar. So those of us that are just starting out, we have work to do. Let me just wrap up here and say, decortication is another issue we have to deal with. Retting and decortication, when we're talking about a tri-cropping facility, one idea I have is mobile decortication, so that there can be one community-owned unit that goes from farm to farm. This is already, of course, in process here in Europe in a number of places. And I love this slide here. This is taxpayer-funded research in the U.S. in a farm in Virginia by the United States Department of Agriculture on a field that today is the Pentagon, where the Pentagon is, our Defense Department. And that is pretty close to all I want to say. What I lobby in the U.S. is that we have this now. This is going to be full. S359 is a law that's going through the U.S. Congress now, and hopefully will pass this session, which will allow full commercial cultivation, fully remove hemp, 0.3% of THC or less from our Controlled Substances Act, our drug law, and allow commercial cultivation nationwide. So stay tuned for that, along with full cannabis legalization in the U.S. And let's all pay attention also to the 2016 UN General Assembly special session to change those drug conventions so that we're all not contravening federal law as we cultivate our cannabis. And, well, my goat and my accountant both really like hemp a lot. I can tell a story about that. My river flooded when I was trying to get out for a hemp conference last week, and at the same time, I was in Hawaii. At the same time, 2 hurricanes hit Hawaii. So neither act of God nor act of Congress was keeping us from getting together to talk about hemp. If I can be a liaison for anybody here who wants to connect with knowledgeable people in the U.S. And Canada, which is where my knowledge base mostly is as yet, please don't hesitate to let me know. I just want to support and help you all. And just please stay in contact with me if you haven't got my email yet. The contact button on my website goes right to me. And I want to do everything that I can to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Any questions, anybody?
I was wondering, when most people explain hemp and the benefits of hemp, they often use the comparison to cotton, and they also often use the comparison to paper. And then at the same time, I don't hear anyone talking about actually making textiles and making paper out of it. So is it too good to be true? Is it too hard to be done? What is? I mean, you name many applications, but I don't hear the two in there as well. Could you enlighten about that?
I just want to take a moment, maybe for a round of applause for the good questions that have come today, because that's really every speaker, the questions have forced us to delve deeper into good and important topics. So thank you, everybody, for that. Oh, sure. Yeah. So this is, by the way, homemade hemp vest that my girlfriend made from Chinese grown hemp. Okay, so I'll try to be somewhat brief on a big topic. I'll start with textiles. These are hemp jeans, also Chinese grown. So in the textiles industry, the feel of the material is called hand. The softness is called hand. So if you have good hand on a textile, it's really, really soft. And theoretically, customers demand this in the clothing store, right? Cotton, as many people here know, uses 30% of the world's pesticides. And for that reason, China decided some time ago, as a matter of national policy, their president visits their hemp processors. This, compared to the US, where just right now, today, still, taxpayer money funds hemp eradication along these ditches of the heirloom varieties. China said, we can't do this anymore. The pesticides are ruining the water table, ruining the soil. We need to cultivate millions of acres of hemp. And they're hard at work and pretty far along in the process of making hemp textiles viable in this big globalized commercial textile marketplace. So any other place that wants to region that wants to get into that is going to have to hire a lot of Chinese consultants and go and visit China, but it is eminently doable. And I think we will see a significant textile industry. In the US, our historical textile industry was in South Carolina, the processors, and other places too, but especially, and the whole infrastructure is still there, the factories are there, the people out of work are still there. So could South Carolina start cultivating again and start looking for fiber varieties that would work? I think yes. The woman who imports these, her name is Barbara Philippone, of a company called Enviro Textiles, is where we get most of the raw fiber that my girlfriend makes into our clothes. She's not as bullish as I am on that, because she says China has, relatively low labor costs, to put it politely, and just different standards, and she just doesn't think, and she worked for 17 years in China before she became an importer. So, I don't know, the truth hopefully lies somewhere in between that. Oh, the next publisher. Oh, so, okay, so quickly on paper. Hemp Bound, the title of this book, Hemp Bound, was intended for the first edition of this book I just wrote to be printed on hemp. And my publisher is an environmentally conscious publisher out of Vermont, a relatively small publisher, and they tried. They called, I think, a dozen different producers, and there was simply not mass market quantities and the quality that they demand on their books available even for 30% hemp paper. It wasn't even available at any cost for the amount of copies that they hope to sell of the book. So they've already started sponsoring American farmers, Colorado farmers, to grow hemp varieties that can be used as pulp. And I just hope we're at the very infancy of a growth curve on that for hemp as paper.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to say one more thing to fulfill your database. You were talking about the doors of the Mercedes that are made of hemp. Okay, Mercedes and BMW are now advertising it, you know, because this is eco-friendly or something, you know. But to tell you the thing, for example, Italian luxury cars are using hemp for interior for over 50 years. But they're not talking about it, you know. They just want the top quality inside, you know, and it's hemp, you know. Because in Slovenia we have two groups of hemp farmers. Ones are those who come here, and they're mostly dealing with oil and seeds, you know. And we have on the eastern part, at the seaside, you know, there's a group of growers who make just fibers. And if it's, I don't know, it's less than 3.5 meters long, they don't buy it. Like you said, the things. Okay, the question about the hemp building. You said it's a bit more expensive than regular. What do you mean by regular? Since you are American, does it mean timber frame house? Okay.
The timber frame is not what is so different, but the drywalling and the fiberglass insulation and press board especially is awful. Particle board is used in America. Yes. You know what I mean by this? It's really toxic. It's just basically gluing together sawdust with toxic glue.
I'm just interested in this price because we want it to be normal prices, you know. We don't have this experience yet here in Slovenia to say, okay, it costs so much. This could be cheaper, okay, and this is the price. We don't know it yet, you know. So I want to ask one more thing. Do you do the walls with tampering or by spraying?
I've seen both. I've looked at some houses, and also, you know, at the Composites Innovation Center in Canada, it's a government-private industry joint venture. They showed me hemp that is load-bearing, hempcrete that's load-bearing, and hempcrete that's soundproofing. But as yet, it's mainly being used in an insulating capacity, not for load-bearing in North America, at least.
Okay, from my experience, if it's hempcrete, you know, and if you want it to be load-bearing, you must mix cement inside.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that defeats the purpose.
This is the problem. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. By the way, I use hemp for my business cards and all that stuff that's outside as well. So it's there, just not for publishing quantity. Thank you.
We continue with our next speaker, Mr. Paul J. von Hartmann. He will present Cannabis versus Climate Change. We're just connecting with Mr. Hartmann.
Ali onda je?
Ja seveda, mi nobene pauze zdaj ne damo, gremo naprej.
Za 5 minut se nazaj, sem gremo malo na zrak, na glavo, ali začnemo reči.
Ja, zadnje se slovo.
I found inventions about
Straight edges was they need a special container.
But I have no 60,000 miles, no problem.
Is that diesel?
Yeah, yeah. It has to be a diesel engine.
Yes, this was beautiful. It was made first of all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. And you think that the liquid is a problem for methanol?
Well, even for making biodiesel. But a second processor commenting on that test in Hemp Bound said, our processor is more advanced than it is. We can use it no problem, no matter what.
Paul, did you get my name?
It works for me. If everybody, maybe you should ask everybody else.
Yeah, I will ask everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I put mine in PDF.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter, you know.
It's from
I think that would be nice.
This perspective looks great. You guys stress out. It looks great.
Exactly.
Yeah, today I'm in this shit. And then the last day.
No problem.
I think also one thing is good to get some shit is that we need to get a photographs of everyone doing this and then starting it from the World Hemp Congress. You need it's like this
10 minutes he must wait in home. That is very hard. I know that this in his country this 3 o'clock early in the morning.
Yeah, right.
I just think that the more that people hear good news about the plant, doesn't matter whether it's hemp or medical cannabis, you know, they just need to be fed a constant stream of good news, good news, good news.
Not? No? It's no lunch break?
It's just, yeah, it's not connecting.
What says Paula?
Paula just said to go ahead.
projected on the video screen. I'm right now just kind of looking at a black area, but if I could see what's on the major screen there, that would be helpful. Yeah, there you go. I'm starting to move into focus. There I am. Okay. Just so I know what people are seeing, were you able to download my power or my keynote presentation?
I will try and get it just now. We had some problems with the format.
Yeah, it's a Mac format, but if it's not possible, that's all right as well. It's just a lot prettier when when the photographs are included. Can you hear me all right?
Perfectly.
Okay, good.
I don't think we'll be able to do the presentation, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. I'll just I'll lay it out as clearly as I can. Let's see. To begin with, I think it's necessary to just acknowledge that we're in a very tenuous situation. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for inviting me and being interested in the theories and hypotheses that I've developed around cannabis and climate change. There is a time limited quality to the situation that I'm sure everyone is aware of. Climate change is a very immediate threat for several different reasons, not just the temperature increases and the effects of those increases, but also for the effects that temperature increase and increased UV radiation from the sun potentially can have on other feedback loops that can accelerate what's already started. And so if there's anything that I bring to this conversation that I think is the most valuable, it's the urgency. This is the third year that I've presented Cannabis versus Climate Change to the World Hemp Congress. And while I'm always happy to talk with my friends in Slovenia, I think the urgency of and the immediacy of the situation is radically under-regarded by not only the political leaders and industrial leaders who have vested interests to protect in keeping things the way they are, but also, I think to a certain extent, the contemporary cannabis culture has failed to assert itself and reclaim its own legitimacy. The fact is that, as my countryman Doug Fine pointed out, we have evolved with this plant over many millions of years, actually, before modern man achieved the level of physical evolution that we have. We were already ingesting cannabis, which is a plant that's estimated to be 35 million years old. We actually popped up on the evolutionary radar long after cannabis had already established itself on this planet. So it's no surprise that our physiology would include an endocannabinoid system. And in fact, I think we can presume that what's true for human physiology is true for other creatures with whom we share this planet and the planet itself. Cannabis is not optional for human existence on this planet. Cannabis is both unique and essential to our sustainable existence on Earth because it provides services and multiple layers of services to humanity and other creatures on this planet that no other plant provides. And I think recognizing cannabis as both unique and essential is the first step in legitimizing the contemporary cannabis culture as the world's oldest global culture. And I think that's necessary in order to dispel the shadows of reefer madness that continue to haunt our social evolution. As a species, we've turned our back on the most valuable agricultural resource, the most healing agricultural resource, the most sustainable and potentially globally distributed and abundant agricultural resource, and the only resource that produces complete nutrition and sustainable biofuels from the same harvest. That feature, that quality, that property is something that makes cannabis both unique and essential. Cannabis is the only crop that is capable of producing the atmospheric aerosols that used to be produced by the boreal forests and the marine phytoplankton that are currently in decline and severely threatened by a combination of environmental conditions that have created inertia toward systemic collapse. And that's really what the greatest concern is the systemic collapse that results from an increase in UVB radiation that is being measured, and particularly in the polar regions. And so to look at the effects of increasing UVB radiation on the rest of the biosphere, just to begin with, puts into perspective why cannabis is so critically important and why, in fact, cannabis is mankind's functional interface with the natural order that governs this planet in reality. I like to call that reality as opposed to political reality, because the political reality surrounding cannabis does not serve us in our chances for avoiding extinction. And really that's what we're, the object of the game is to avoid annihilating our species and all other species on this planet. And so if we look at cannabis as a tool for doing that, then we can see that the limitations and the regulation of cannabis does not serve to create the abundance that's needed. And while there may be industrial and corporate considerations in selecting cultivars for planting, let me say in defense of feral hemp that feral hemp has an adaptability property for being able to adjust to soil and climate conditions that hybrid strains that are being grown don't really have. And while you can selectively breed feral hemp to have the properties that you're looking for in industrial production, the priority in my mind is the expansion of the arable base to produce sufficient quantities of atmospheric aerosols to block the solar radiation that is currently threatening to increase the solubility of mercury, arsenic, and selenium compounds out of aqueous solution and toxify the biosphere. And it's already showing up in the cetaceans and the whales and dolphins in the Arctic whose mercury levels in their bodies are in excess of what would be expected in considering the ambient levels of mercury in that environment. We are looking at systems that we don't fully understand that keep shifting. The climate modeling that's being done now is very difficult to have confidence in, because the baseline relationships are changing so fast that the models can't keep up with the changes in the biosphere. And those relationships have what are called feedback loops associated with them that take us further down the climate change path at a more accelerated rate. And so a lot of the timelines that we've been shown in the past have proven to be understated and underestimated, because scientists don't want to be perceived as being alarmist. And yet it's an alarming situation. And what I'm hoping to introduce is sufficient motivation and rationale for a global mobilization of the contemporary cannabis culture, which is the world's oldest global culture and has the potential to serve as the basis for what I call Gaia therapeutic industries. And the Gaia therapeutic industries are those industries that are actively healing to the planet. What's true for human physiology is also true for Gaian physiology, or the ecological relationships that determine the quality of life on Earth. And because we have cut down 50% of the northern forests, the evergreen forests that used to produce the fragrant aerosols that reflect the UVB radiation from the sun away from the planet, and because we've killed off about half of the marine phytoplankton that also did the same thing, we have half of the atmospheric aerosol protection that we did 50 years ago. And so that drastic an increase, or that rapid an increase in the levels of UVB radiation are a fundamental threat, fundamental undermining of established relationships that we have to respect. If we don't, then we'll set ourselves up for an unthinkable future. And really, it's our children that will suffer for it. So, at this point, in my opinion, what needs to happen is that the eradication of ancient strains of feral hemp absolutely needs to stop. The seed production and fiber qualities of those cultivars need to be responsibly assessed and quantified. Those seeds in the Midwest in the United States are ripening right now, and they need to be harvested. In this country and in other countries where hemp grows wild, the adaptability of those ancient strains is something that will allow for expansion of the arable base and regeneration of damaged, contaminated, and desertified soils, because cannabis is unique and essential in that it's also a pioneer crop. It is a pioneer crop that's non-invasive, which means that it's a plant that you can broadcast seed it, you can throw the seeds around, and without any tending, those seeds will come up in soils where the roots can penetrate. And so the usefulness of cannabis for regenerating damaged soils and decontaminating lands that have elevated levels of radiation and providing nutritional support and immune system support through whole plant nutrition. The antioxidant properties of the cannabis plant are the antidote to radiation poisoning. They're the antidote to the toxicity of our environment that is resulting from the prohibition of critically essential natural resource. If cannabis hadn't been banned 77 years ago in the United States, it's likely that we wouldn't be facing climate change right now, because the truly free market, the free agricultural market, would have selected for the most cost-effective and efficient fuel, which is not petroleum, not coal, it's not nuclear. It is, in fact, the regional production of biomass that simultaneously produces energy and food. And that's what makes cannabis so incredibly important as a rotational crop in a regional agricultural economic dynamic, because you're not inducing food insecurity by growing energy crops. And that's the big stumbling block with a lot of biofuels production, is that you have to choose between food or fuel. And with cannabis, that's not the case. You can produce both from the same harvest. The seeds go that way for food, and the stems go that way for fuel. At the same time, the atmospheric aerosol production produces the terpenes that go up into the stratosphere and block the solar UVB radiation. So the other side of the equation, what happens if we don't initiate a massive polar shift in values as part of our conscious evolution as a species, is that the economic disparity that we're currently suffering from, the endless wars, the endless aggression, the imbalances that have been set in motion, will only become more extreme and more out of balance. So I think it's important for us to recognize that we live in a state of grace at this point. And if we wish to resolve the imbalances that were initiated by our grandfathers 77 years ago, where we were set on the wrong path, the wrong road, then we need to recognize that cannabis is essential for our successful rebalancing of the environment, particularly the atmosphere. In recognizing cannabis as essential, it immediately brings the question, well, is there a legal avenue that hasn't been considered yet in affording access to cannabis? And in the work that I've done, in my opinion, the most time-efficient and effective way to access cannabis is not through legislation. That has proven to be a time-consuming distraction, very expensive distraction, costing far too many growing seasons. And the fact is that growing seasons are the only thing we can't make more of. Every growing season that passes without the benefits of cannabis agriculture is gone forever. And so we need to acknowledge that time is the limiting factor in the equation of survival. And the urgency of resolving climate imbalances makes the legal justification for demanding access to cannabis much stronger. There is an executive order that was signed by President Obama in March of 2012. It's Executive Order 13603. And it's an emergency preparedness document that is essentially identical to 6 other executive orders signed by 6 other American presidents. And in Executive Order 13603, President Obama refers to a U.S. federal protocol as essential civilian demand for strategic resource. And hemp is specifically named in that document and in the other 6 executive orders as a strategic resource. Essential civilian demand is a protocol that needs to be globalized because the threat is a global threat. And while emergency preparedness documents for the United States are specific to our country and our national security, the truth is climate change is a global threat, and our species needs to cooperate and work together if we're all going to make it. The impending genetic modification and immune suppression that result from increasing UVB radiation are other threats that are vastly underregarded by the political leadership in considering the benefits and the potential for hemp to affect the increasing levels of UVB radiation, which incidentally also affects the temperature increase, and the temperature increase affects the ozone depletion, which allows more UVB to reach the surface of the planet. So you see there are many feedback loops and many relationships that make cannabis agriculture a critically important tool in resolving climate change and for also resolving issues of food security and nutrition and alternative sustainable organic fuel production. There absolutely needs to be a ban on transgenic modification of cannabis the premise that THC is dangerous is in fact the opposite of what's true, and yet the opposite of what's true is being used to determine policy in the United States and in other countries. So the first thing that needs to happen is that the polar shift in values from illegal to essential needs to be faced head on, and to challenge the rightful jurisdiction of any court over a natural God-given resource that is both unique and essential. I founded the California Cannabis Ministry when my son was born in 2007 because I realized that there was a spiritual dimension and also a legal dimension to that spiritual orientation to cannabis. And so in my contemplation of cannabis, it occurred to me that our freedom to farm every herb-bearing seed is the first test of religious freedom. So in any country where there is religious freedom, then people are well within their rights to farm every herb-bearing seed, because if you concede rightful jurisdiction over any herb-bearing seed, then you concede rightful jurisdiction over every herb-bearing seed. And as a matter of fact, here, this is something that I'll put a little bit more light on. These herbs, whoops, that didn't work. Okay. These are just some flowers that I picked yesterday from my garden. And every one of these flowers, every one of these herbs has therapeutic benefit, just as cannabis has therapeutic benefit, particularly when eaten raw. And many of you are familiar with the work of Dr. William Courtney and his wife Kristen, and the realization that cannabis is a nutritional essential. It's a dietary essential from conception to death, and in inducing scarcity of dietary essential, much more harm is being done to our society and to individual people than could ever be done by the use of marijuana. And certainly the only problems that anybody's ever had with marijuana have taken place in the context of a drug war, which is ironic because if you make the distinction between drugs and herbs, it's pretty obvious that drugs don't make seeds and herbs do make seeds. And so the legal distinction has never been acknowledged. The work that needs to be done is for the people who recognize the true value of cannabis to reclaim their rightful access to it. And that is unregulated access, untaxed, and as far as I'm concerned, with no more interference from any government than any of those other herbs from my garden has incurred. The therapeutic benefits of cannabis are a fundamental human right. They're not only a fundamental human right, but mankind is also far beyond its rightful authority in legislating scarcity of a unique and essential food resource upon which other species also depend for their survival. And I think that our homocentric attitudes have brought us to a point where if we don't make some very rational decisions very soon, then the ripping points, the extinction level events, including things like the release of methane clathrate deposits from the frozen tundra that could accelerate global warming because of the effect of methane in the atmosphere. Things like that are loose cannons on the deck, and they are rolling around without a predictable timeline associated with them. And that fact and the extinction level dangers that we face justify accelerating the process of normalizing our relationship with cannabis. That we recognize that the prohibition of it, the regulation of it, all of the laws that are in place now are based on lies, essentially. And our failure to properly assess the role of cannabis in our social evolution as a feedstock, not only for our bodies, but for earth healing therapeutic industries, is absolutely long overdue. And the longer we wait, the greater the chance is that by the time we realize it's too late to make a difference, it will have been too late for quite some time. So if I can contribute anything to the conversation in Slovenia today, then perhaps the people who represent the contemporary cannabis culture all over the world can agree that cannabis is both unique and essential to sustainable human existence on this planet. And if we can just achieve that much, then we are in a position to reclaim cannabis by essential civilian demand. And at this point, I think I've talked enough. I think my cup of coffee is wearing off. And so I'd like to open up the discussion for questions if there are any.
Some questions here? Yeah. Just a second. Another occasion, we are very happy, Mr. Hartmann, that you are with us this year, Majdarovic in this side. I don't know if we see each other this year because we have some technical difficulties. I'm sorry, but anyway, we see you wonderful here in Slovenia. We hear you wonderful here in Slovenia, and we are very proud that you are our senior speaker at this, even this year, third year, World Hemp Congress. And we started this year to go global much more stronger. And I hope that somebody will hear us, that somebody will change their mind, that somebody will started work. What is much more important, started work, started reacting, started action. We have some questions.
Hello, Mr. Hartmann. I'd like to ask a couple of questions. The first one is about the terpenes you quoted before regarding the atmospheric aerosol. Can you explain further this issue, please?
We understand each other, no? Question?
Yes, I understood the question. The terpenes produced by cannabis are tremendously therapeutic in and of themselves. They're antioxidants, they are antifungal, antiviral components in the plant. If there were no cannabinoids in cannabis, it would still be one of the most therapeutic plants on the planet because of the terpenes and the proteins and a lot of other components in the plant. But the terpenes in particular are valuable because they have the property of reflecting solar radiation away from the planet. They act like little liquid crystals in the sky to refract the solar radiation back out into space. And so they provide a terpene screen in the stratosphere that used to be provided by the fragrant evergreen trees in the boreal regions and the production of isoprene by the marine phytoplankton in the oceans, both of which produced almost equal amounts of these compounds, these aerosols, and both of which have been just about cut in half in the last 50 years. And so the other property about the terpenes, of which cannabis produces about between 58 and 75 different types of monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes, an enormous amount of this material. That's why it's so fragrant. That's why it has such a wonderful smell. It's the volatile terpenes that you're smelling. And these terpenes also have water purification properties that have the potential to purify the hydrologic cycle in their role as the cloud condensation nuclei around which very bright and persistent clouds form. And so, in addition to reflecting the UVB radiation away from the planet, they also provide cloud cover for the planet that does the same thing. So, essentially, cannabis is a crop that produces its own rain because it provides the cloud condensation nuclei that form the rain clouds. It's a tremendously interesting physiological dynamic between the fragrant aerosols and the moisture in the sky that is magical, quite magical. And it's sad that we've turned our back on that magic for so long, but the terpenes have many exceptional properties, and in fact, the U.S. government has a patent on the antioxidizing and neuroprotective properties of the terpenes in cannabis as part of its federal patent, which conflicts and is inconsistent with the scheduling by the DEA, oh, by the way. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, many thanks. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
The second question is about, can you give us some figures about the potentials of carbon sequestering of cannabis? Have you got some data, I don't know, kilogram of CO2 per hectare?
Yes, the carbon sequestration properties of cannabis are exceptional, as you would expect when you look at the size of the plant. All that plant material is, of course, made from carbon. And according to my friend Dr. Andrew Catalaris in New Zealand, cannabis has the potential to sequester 9 US tons of carbon per acre per year. And in addition to that, if grown organically, the soil has the potential to sequester as much as 3 tons of carbon per acre per growing season. The figures from the Rodale Institute. And so organically grown cannabis at the higher end of the potential has a possible 12 US tons of carbon per acre per growing season, which is extraordinary. It's an extraordinary amount of carbon per acre. And again, at the same time, producing extraordinary amounts of oxygen and phytoremediating soils and other greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. So there's a lot of potential for carbon credits in association with cannabis agriculture, particularly in countries that are heavily dependent on fossil fuels for energy production, and who could use existing energy generation infrastructure to process the cannabis biomass into usable fuels. And so the conversion is not as drastic as it would be if you were going, say, from nuclear to petrochemical, because they're completely different types of generation. But when you're going from one carbon-based feedstock to another carbon-based feedstock, then the infrastructure conversion is much less dramatic. The other thing about cannabis that makes it exceptional in talking about energy production is the fact that it produces so much seed, and that in order to produce the volume of seed needed to plant the acreage required to have an effect, cannabis is capable of producing that seed in a very short period of time because it produces so abundantly. And so the whole equation around cannabis mathematically works out much more favorably than when you compare it with other energy crops, just because we can get it up and running that much quicker. If you plant cannabis in the same soil and climate conditions, the same cultivar for 3 years in a row, the production and performance characteristics of the plant will adapt, because it's a highly adaptable plant. So, when you're looking at the possibility of taking feral hemp from the Midwest United States and planting it in Slovenia, the probability is that those cultivars have that adaptable capacity to make that adjustment in a very short period of time. The danger is if we become dependent on hybrid cultivars that are being bred to produce less and less THC, then we're also sacrificing the adaptability of the plant and its ability to climatize to the regional soil and climate conditions wherever it's planted. And that's an exceptional property that is vastly underrated.
Okay, many thanks.
Many thanks to you as well.
Some other questions?
I would like to ask you, where can I find this information in order to address the Slovak authorities or perhaps Slovak president?
Well, if you Google global broiling, like you would broil a steak, if you Google global broiling, it will take you to my writing. That's how I refer to the increasing UVB radiation. The B in UVB stands for broil. So you can Google global broiling and find many references to my writings online. I've posted all of this online. I'm also just about to finish a book entitled Cannabis versus Climate Change, and I'll be coming out with a digital video documentary following the publication of the book. But if you Google global broiling, it'll take you to my California Cannabis Ministry website, and there's quite a bit of information there. I also have a YouTube channel and videos on Vimeo. Vimeo is another film site where you can see some of my work. But the multi-dimensional and the multifaceted nature of the subject has occupied me for almost 24 years now that I've been studying cannabis and participating in ending the prohibition of it. And I'm just about to launch the world's first Cannabis Cultural Institute in Weed, California, where I live. And Weed, California is in Northern California, which is in the middle of a severe drought, and apparently the farmers in the valleys of California are having a hard time finishing out the season because they don't have water for the rice fields and the other crops that are growing there. And Weed, California is situated in a geographical region that's ideal for producing rain for the rest of the state, because we've got the mountains in Northern California that sort of contain the airflow. And so hopefully by this time next year, the California Cannabis Ministry will have expanded into the Cannabis Cultural Institute, and will be producing atmospheric terpenes that will make rain in California, and see if we can have an effect on that regional condition that is currently just absolutely tragic. The lack of water is something that may motivate our responsible elected officials to finally acknowledge that cannabis is our best chance for addressing climate change and for addressing food security and malnutrition and diseases of nerve degeneration and cancer and all of the other illnesses, both physiological and evolutionary, that we're facing. We're a sick species. We're currently a parasite on the planet, and in order to achieve a symbiotic relationship with the earth, then cannabis is not optional. And I trust that the world will wake up to the true value of this plant before our time runs out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hartmann.
Thank you.
Thank you, California. Thank you, United States. Stay with us, see us, and I hope that we will see each other next year here in Slovenia. I will do everything for you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much.
Povej samo, pa to je to.
Just a note regarding the presentation from Mr. Alec Rogers. He was supposed to present a presentation titled Ancillary Opportunities in the Emerging Cannabis Industry. Because we were a bit late today due to technical difficulties and due to Mr. Rogers' business obligations, we were unable to fit him in. We apologize to Mr. Rogers once again. However, he did leave some documentation with us, so we will share this with you and let you know where you can find out more about Mr. Rogers' work. Also a side note from Mr. Daniel Kruse of EHA. He, in the framework of Hempro International, he left some catalogs outside and some samples of chocolates and snack bars and whatever, so feel free to take it. Okay, now we continue with our afternoon program. It's a workshop held by Mr. Nicolas Wagener in assistance with Dr. William Courtney from California.